What's up, guy? Oh, wow. Okay, pork as soon as I... Awesome.
The second you hit it.
Connection detected.
I've
I
never
love this
seen that
shit.
before.
I love this shit. That's great. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Well,
that started happening
I guess
earlier.
try a different server then. Okay.
Hello.
A little choppy, but we're okay, it's smoothing out.
There we go.
Everyone
Hello.
good?
Hello.
All right. I guess we're fine now. Okay.
All
Whatever that
right.
was.
What's going on, gamers?
What's up, gamers?
Ladies-
West Coast is broken,
Ladies and
I guess.
gentlemen, welcome to Dinner with the Boys, number 18. Sorry about that. I went to look. All right, I got in my car. I realized I was out of gas, so I had to get $5 worth of gas real quick.
Okay.
And then I went to Jimmy John's, and hey, it's 5 o'clock here. That's called 5 o'clock traffic.
Yeah.
So and there's a lot of stoplights though. But other than that, hey, what's going on, everybody? You guys are new to the dealio and what we do here. Every Monday we get together and just have dinner with each other. And if we're not eating dinner, we're just talking about games. We're just having a good fucking time. It's our time to connect with each other, catch up on the week. Even though we talk throughout the week most of the time, and sometimes we talk about some spicy topics that we should talk about on the podcast outside of it. But you know what? We have a good time. Either way, I'm glad you guys could join us. Let's start it out right. Bloody biscuits.
Hey, what up, y'all?
What you got to eat, huh?
I actually already ate it because I was
Oh.
waiting on you. It was like
Oh.
7:08. I was like, screw this shit, I'm eating.
Okay.
So
What'd you eat?
Shush made a roast last week,
Ooh.
actually, and we've just kind of been like, we threw it in the freezer and just kind of been heating it up throughout the week and shit like that. So, and she's also been meal prepping a bunch of other stuff, and we're kind of working on that cycle. So, a nice ass roast, and I think she's probably gonna make fucking more. And came home with some Starbucks mango dragon fruit. I think
That shit
Ethan
is
knows
so
about that.
good.
Yeah,
Yo!
The fuck you mean?
yeah. Let's go.
Fuck you mean? I gotta go to Starbucks and try something now. What the fuck? Great.
Bro, this shit was good as fuck.
It is. It's good, dude. It is good shit.
Mango dragon fruit.
Chesh literally messaged me this morning. I don't know what time it was, but it was before I woke up. I had a DM from her, and she was like, "Hey, when you wake up, take your ass to Starbucks and get yourself that fruity dragon fruit drink, whatever it's called." I was like, "All right, the bitches better be good." And I rolled up. Do you guys have the fruity dragon fruit drink? And they were like, "Yeah, the mango dragon fruit. We've got you. No problem. What size?" Got it. This shit. Okay, hand emoji.
I'll try it tomorrow morning, I guess.
It's
Fucking
good, dude.
Starbucks, dude. Yeah, it's. I'm impressed.
I was highly impressed.
I just don't want that guy there to hit on me again. That shit gets really awkward. He's given me 2 free drinks already, and I really don't like going there. But it's the one right. But I feel bad because I'm not gonna suck his dick, and it's right across the street though. So I can't just like not go because it's right there.
He just
Get
stares
that
out the
drink,
window.
dude.
He's handsome,
come on, you
though,
gotta
I'm
use
just
that
not
power, dude. It's there for a reason.
Where is he at? I gave him 3 free
Scope
drinks.
it out, dude.
My dick yet.
And these God-given abilities, exactly. Get that free star. Get that mango dragon fruit. It's good.
It's good. That shit goody. Anyways.
So yeah. Oh yeah. Throughout the week, I guess. What is it? We went to go see Captain Marvel. We're going to the gym now. Shit's been cool. Shit's been good. But yeah.
That sounds pretty gangster.
Pretty gangster.
Not bad. All right, Shib. Mount up. What's on the menu, dog? What you been doing this week?
I got chicken parm casserole.
Oh yeah.
It's got
Nice.
little
Sounds
This
so-
man loves his chicken parm.
You sound so
Little
excited
noodles.
about it.
and breaded chicken and cheese.
Oh yeah.
This man loves his chicken parm.
Parm is good. Chicken parm is my favorite.
Don't drop it on your keyboard.
it.
Don't Tyler on that shit.
He'd actually start crying though.
Every time I think of like something like chicken parm or something like that, I just think of that plate, just that perfect looking plate, and just dumping it
all over his keyboard.
He was so upset.
I know.
You could tell.
What you got in the cup,
Water.
dude? Water.
It's Just
Yeah,
water
fair.
as always. That's all I ever drink.
I had a bottle of water myself, actually. I don't know where did I... Hold on.
What the week been like, Doug?
I don't even remember, honestly, so I guess it hasn't been that exciting.
Me,
I don't
dude, it's
remember
been
what
the H1 week, dude.
I've been playing H1, that's all I fucking
So even on that
remember.
H1, huh? So what's going on now? I heard they rebranded or something. Like the game is rebranded.
Yeah.
They unpatched back to how it was back in the
Oh,
day.
that's interesting.
Oh, that's
Really?
cool.
So it's already dead again.
Well,
we were getting in games with 10 people in them last night.
well, I mean, to be fair, it was 5 a.m. on the East Coast, so
Hey, I could boot up any other battle royale, not get more than 10 people.
Yeah,
out
that's
there.
a
you're right.
big it's a
But
big
the
difference.
first time I loaded up Fortnite after Apex came up, I got 80 people in a solo game, so that game's dying too.
They're all on their way out. Hopefully,
Well, they
the
keep
battle
saying like
royale
we
in
got like
general is on
50
the way out.
million players. Like the fuck?
Yeah, potentially. I don't know.
Bro, yeah, H1 was at like 3K players last night, I think, when we were playing.
I don't know how much it was when we first that first day that we played it out, because we were getting maxed out lobbies every time.
That was like the day of. They're like, all right,
Yeah.
we rebranded, dude. We're back, everybody. And then it's
And
coming like
everyone-
2 days later, and it's already back to 10-player lobbies.
Yeah, the thing is about H1 is like, me personally, like, I like the game. It's fun to play, but fuck, that game is bad. It's not good. Like,
Yeah, it's a bad game.
the spaghetti coding is back. Everything about that game is wild. The best part about the game is the pre-game lobby before you drop down, because proximity chat is in the game, and ooh lord, you get a lot of like, you could go in one area and be like, ooh, what song's playing, because someone's blaring fucking the cha-cha song on one side. Here comes Sharo playing the Nam music. You go into the other side, you got like eight people just saying the N-word. Like, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. That's the best part though. It's fun.
And then if someone hears a girl, they all chase her around.
My favorite thing so far is we loaded into the game, loaded into the pregame lobby, and it was just starting out, and someone got in, and you could see, all right, let's try this again. I'm looking for an e-girl. Is any e-girls out there?
Please follow me on Instagram.
But yeah. That's
Yeah,
his.
I think the game's terrible. Like,
Oh yeah.
I think that people only played it because it was the first battle royale. There's nothing else to play. Now
Yeah,
there's a lot of
that's-
options, and
Absolutely
Yeah.
true.
I think that they were maybe trying to get a quick cash grab before their servers go down or some shit. Because they're like,
Oh,
yeah, we can just roll back, get some people to play a couple more times.
Well, I mean, you never know. We'll see in a couple months if the servers are down. All right, Dax, hit me up. What you got?
I'm gonna be eating food in the next few minutes. I got up this morning, started working, and then I got a call thing from you, and I was like, "Oh fuck, it's not time yet." And I looked over, and bitch, it was. So I'm a little behind today. Got a lot done though. So I got Rodriguez is delivering my Taco Bell in the next couple minutes.
Hell yeah.
We degens. I wanted that Baja. So
the Baja Blast.
yeah. So you know, we're rocking and rolling with that. Part of stuff I've been doing, I've actually been quite busy with commissions since Twitch came out with the stuff where it's like, hey, affiliates, here's all the stuff you get. Got a lot of people coming to me being like, hey, bro, I need some.
Hey man, where's my
I
fucking
need some
Twitter,
assets made.
man?
Yours is the next one coming. I was finishing Wyatt's emo, and I just got done with the logo for and some assets and shit for the next Sonic Speed Marathon coming up. And yours is next in line, and then
Hell yeah.
God, I need to check my sheet. Anyway, but yeah,
Busy
working
man.
on a bunch of that, just graphic design work and whatnot. Came out really well. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna flex for a second because I'm actually really proud of how this logo came out. This is the
Okay.
logo for that's no,
Hey, flex on him. Hey, yo, show him that clout.
hold on. I'm actually proud of this one. It's the logo for an upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog themed speedrun marathon, which Polly, good friend of mine, has done quite a few of now. This is Sonic Speed 2019.
Are you in it this year?
Nah, I'm not participating. This is my logo. That's coming up in April. Let me switch this. There you go. So that's the logo. I still need to make all the assets and the layout, the layouts and everything, but yeah, got started on that today. Feel pretty good about it. Logos are fun. Logos are fun when people aren't assholes about it. You get a lot of weird assholes. But yeah, so that's coming up in April. If you like Sonic speedruns, hey, come! You got a bunch of cool people doing fast things.
That's very clean. I like.
It's very clean. Yeah, I'm glad with how it came out.
Can't imagine working in the commission field dealing with all those idiots that I see.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. It's not quite like a clients for hell level because I don't have as many people who just are so like
so far up their own ass.
Yeah, because okay, a lot of the stuff that I've done has very much been based in like a lot of different online communities and other shit. Especially like through Twitch and YouTube and whatnot. So a lot of people typically who come to me are friends of friends and friends and whatnot who just, they see the body of work that I've had, or they see like, I get this from a lot from like previous online marathons that happen, who, okay, different organizers from other marathons who come to me and be like, hey, you know how to make some cool shit. I need some cool shit made. I really don't know what I want. I just want you to like make something because you seem to have a pretty good head on your shoulders and I heard you're good to work with. I'm like, okay. So a lot of the time I kind of wing it in a lot of places. I see how I just make sure that the formatting and everything is right when it comes to layouts and whatnot. And like 90% of the time, maybe they'll ask for a tweak. I think last time I had to do something for a marathon, it was like, oh, they have the Help Hope Live doesn't want their logo to have a stroke on it. For this is like a charity marathon thing. And it's like a little border, a little stroke on the logo. So I removed that and then it was fine. It's stuff like that.
I feel like that banner I asked for you might pose for you something like different, like out of what you normally do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I like stuff like I like stuff we got planned for that because I think that'll be fun to do. But I mean, generally I think it's pretty easy going in a lot of places. I'll get situations where like people might have very specific little tweaks that they want to do, where I'll submit something. It's like, oh, can you try this and you can try that, whatever, and that's usually not too bad. I've had a couple though in the past where I mean it would be like a week later and they're like, hey, oh, Taco Bell's here. They'd be like, hey, can you change this one thing for me? I'm like, it's been a week. Are you gonna pay me? Well, I'll be right back.
Not chat. Your boy has asked Dax for some video essay thumbnails, dude. And he always pumps out the good shit. So.
Dude, I made a thumbnail yesterday for a YouTube video that I uploaded in like 4 minutes. That shit ain't hard. Easy peasy, dude.
Is it? Okay, because I can't fucking Photoshop to save my life.
Oh man, Spike and Pie are doing Symphony of the Night, dude. I wanted to fucking race with them.
Dude, I'm racing with them. I'm racing with them tomorrow.
How are you?
I'm doing Forbidden Memories all day long tomorrow. I'm still waiting on 5-card mod, dude. As soon as 5-card mod actually gets made,
I news about that?
No, there's nothing. There's nothing about 5-card mod yet. I don't know why, but apparently, just can't get people to fucking do it.
Yeah.
You should make a GoFundMe or some shit like that. Raise some money to give somebody to fucking mod FM, please.
Please, man.
Well,
please, man. I just want to get
I guess it leaves up. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could I just finish what I was saying before?
Oh yeah, go for it.
No, I was just talking because it's ranting about commissions is fun. But nah, I was just making a point about how most people that I work with in these areas are pretty understanding whether or not they just want something. They just want something from me, and they don't really care specifically how it like what it looks like or if it has certain elements or whatever. They're just like, oh, dude, he makes cool shit and he's nice, so I'm gonna make. So I haven't really had a lot of situations where I get like, hey, I tried to print out this image you sent me that's supposed to be transparent, but it keeps ending up on white. I've seen that a couple times. I don't know if that's, I don't know how much that is a meme or not, but it's pretty good. You get weird shit like that. But like, it's all like, a lot of it's just like branding assets and things like that, as opposed to what like other artistic friends I know do, who do more like illustration commissions and things like that, characters and stuff, where it's like either some of them do this, some of them are really tempted to, but it's like, you know, people aren't joking when they say there's money in the furry community, and it's like if you're willing to go for it, you know, not to discredit people in the furry community, you know, just some of them have some interesting ideas of what they want drawn. And I mean, if you're willing to, you know, go for it, you can make some pretty good money, but you might be drawing some really weird shit. So I don't get too involved in that. But I know a lot of people who do, and they make good money, but you know, they never want to show me what they make. That's just kind of how it is.
They are proud of it.
But yeah, so it's not too bad or anything. But yeah,
I don't assume they're going into portfolios anytime soon.
No, not usually, unless they have like unless they're under like a separate name, and like have all their shit on like Fur Affinity or something like that. But yeah, mainly a lot of that I've been doing, and then I finished my Leon A playthrough of RE2 last night.
Oh, did you finally finish it?
This game, yeah, I can't wait to start Claire. This game is so good. This game is so fucking good, and I'm just having a blast with it, and I'm fucking scared out of my goddamn mind. It's I haven't played a game this intense in a long fucking time. I don't know. Even when I did Silent Hill 2 a decade ago, I don't know if it was quite on this. No, it wasn't. It wasn't on this kind of level. But it's been really rewarding. It's been really, really great. Having people in the call for me legitimately helps, because like there are points where I have to stop and actually let myself hyperventilate for a minute to calm down. And I always get worried that it's going to sound really dramatic, like I'm forcing it, and I'm really not. I'm just not used to it. But
game's scary.
It fucking is. So been doing a lot of that, playing and then playing DMC. Gonna probably, I guess we'll wait to talk about that whenever Vash gets his here. I'm assuming he is. I don't know if he was.
No, I mean we'll start talking about it, and then
we'll roll on that. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's about it.
Sure. Well, for me, I just had a sub from Jimmy John. Okay, look, I'm gonna just say right now, Jimmy John's is the GOAT of fast sandwiches. All right, Subway can, hey, go next on Subway. Subway ain't it. Jimmy John's really be it. If you ain't had Jimmy John's yet, you're missing out. Had a nice tuna sub from there. Never had their tuna before. That's a coin toss within itself. If you're a tuna buff like me, you know, you go to a random spot anywhere within like town, you see a tuna melt. That's a coin toss. That shit gonna be good or not, like one way or another. So I think they did a pretty good job. It's pretty good. My week has been, I don't know, like this past week has kind of been shitty. Because I've had to fill in 3 of my 4 designated work days for this month, and they've all been like grave shifts. And ever since I stopped working at the other places, like since it went underneath hiatus, like I've had a great sleep schedule. I've been waking up at like 8, getting so much shit done, like so much more shit done. I gotten done in like out of a year within 2 weeks. Really. So this past week has kind of sucked, because it's like, all right, man, look, I know you've been waking up at 8 a.m. every day, but guess what? We're gonna need you to come in at 11:30 and be there until fucking 7 a.m. And I'm just, this is awful. And one, I don't have computer access at my work, so literally, I'm just looking at my phone for 7.5 hours, and I want it. Ooh, lad, I want to die. I don't want to be there anymore. Like, there's only like that term, you got games on your phone? Yeah, but like that only lasts for a good 4 hours, then I'm done. I'm out of stamina and all my gacha games. I'm fucking screwed. So, But other than that, I mean, I started yesterday was the first day I started full-time streaming.
How's that been?
It's been good. It's been good. It's been a lot of fun. A lot of people like a lot of people have been supporting me and like coming in and just like giving me a view count, a view number, and I'm all about that shit. If you don't want to mute my shit, I don't fucking. If you don't want to hear me bitch about Vegito, Gotenks, or Goku Black, just go ahead and mute my shit. You tab out, do something else. But you're a number in there, man. It's great. It's fantastic. I appreciate everybody that's been doing
part
it.
of the system.
Part of the system. It's been good. I did a big old fucking booster box opening yesterday. Got me a new lady, a new ma'am to join the club, Evelyn. Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pageant lady.
Yeah. So it's been fun. Did Dragon Ball today. So now I'm gonna be streaming every day, but Thursday and Saturday, and what? Oh, and on Mondays I stream only for 3 hours, and then dinner with the boys. All right, you guys, I'm on the clock here. All right. I was late to work today. Fuck. Other than that, H1, Devil May Cry 5. Jesus Christ, I was waiting for that to play this fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
Can we talk about this, or are we gonna wait for Vash?
I mean, I'm sure we can get all our thoughts out because like he has very different thoughts from what we do, so we can just like talk within our circle and let him go later.
That's not
Oh yeah,
good.
we'll let him have the podium when we get there. Anyways, bro, Devil May Cry 5. That's a hitter.
This is a good ass game.
God, what a good ass game. Holy fuck. How are they gonna do this to us?
I want
Capcom strikes again.
V to read me bedtime stories forever.
I agree. Jesus.
I can
Like-
see that.
Let me drive a boat.
Here's what I love. I want to talk about V.
Okay.
Because this man sounds like he just woke up and he's trying to read his Shakespearean works, and someone occasionally tries to poke him a little bit in like his tummy where it's gonna tickle a little bit.
Okay.
So he's a little giggly, but he's like holding it back. It's like, I'm but 2 days old. I adore everything about it. I love this
It seemed
character.
like
I love his
anything.
look. I was never super heavy into the fucking, the MCR era goth shit kind of stuff or whatever, but I know enough people, especially Nost in particular in the chat, who were very much more into that kind of stuff. And
Into the
and
scene
still I
crew,
try-
dude. You got Shib in the call right now. This guy's the king of scene.
No, but I'm just saying, like, it's like, even though I wasn't big on it, I know so many people who were and are having fun with it. Like that transfers over to me a little bit. Like I knew the moment, like I not even half an hour, yeah, not so much scene actually, but like not even half an hour into playing this character, I was like, I gotta beat this game and talk about this with Nos like right now, because like this is just everything about this character just makes me think of her and all these other people who would just love this kind of shit, and I take enjoyment in that. But in general, he's just fucking, he's great. I love everything about him. I love everything about Griffin and their little characterizations and everything. We're not gonna games. I don't think we're in spoiler territory or anything like that.
Okay, look. All right. What do you mean?
I didn't give a fuck about KH in that regard. I know we kind of went nuts with it after the game came out. Whatever the fuck. I respect this game enough, and those who won't play it enough to say like, hey, there's enough we can like have fun with and talk about that isn't going to be excessively spoilery.
Bro, if I can't talk about the end of the game, I'm gonna neck.
Lick your fucking lips at me, dude. Like,
I've only made it up to mission 8, or I finished mission 8.
yeah.
Oh,
There,
but
yeah. There you go.
BB doesn't care about spoilers, dude.
I mean,
Yeah, he does.
relatively not, I suppose, but like I'm pretty sure there's some people in chat that might be.
I understand. Whatever.
Let's hold off. Let's save it for that.
I mean,
Shut
like,
up.
Dude, a lot of what has to do with Kingdom Hearts is always going to be spoiler territory, whereas I feel like a lot with this game doesn't actually necessarily need to be.
Well, because
All
this
right,
game,
V
this game
exists
is
forever. He never dies.
Okay.
okay. Cool. Well, anyway, so yeah, no, V's great. Dante and Nero are great. They're all fucking dweebs. They're all fucking dumb dork heads. They're going around big old tree, having a good old time, and it's great.
The big old tree.
This game's great. How do y'all? Well, because I know BB's still in the middle of it. Because I guess like you've had some V missions. Because I want to.
Oh yeah, I've had missions.
Right now, I'm Charlie Day in that episode Always Sunny, where he's like, "Can we talk about the mail, man? I want to talk about the mail. I want to talk about V." That's me right now. What did y'all think of playing as V?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, right?
You know, it was definitely weird. My takeaway was the first like real boss that he had to go through, which was the Garian Knight. I thought that was. I mean, I haven't gone through the entire rest of the game, but I at least appreciated the teaching tool that boss fight was, or what it was supposed to teach about V, because the Garian Knight will actually very specifically go after your summons. He'll go after the bird and he'll go after the panther and everything. So I really appreciate. Once I died to him the first time, and then the second time, midway through the fight, I kind of noticed like, oh wow, he really is going after those guys. And you also have moves that specifically dodge you, but they also actually get your party member out of harm's way. So you can do the side dodge and get Shadow out, and you can do the backdash, and you can also get what's the crow's name again? I'm bad with names. Griffin, and you can get Griffin out of the way. And doing stuff like that, I think, like I actually noticed it, like doing stuff like that, like perfect dodges to get them out of the way, actually got you style points. I was like, okay, cool. This is actually like what the game is trying to teach me.
Yeah, you can very quickly recall them, and you can cancel out of attacks. Like if you throw them into, this would happen a lot. I would send Shadow out with, lock on and then forward melee, and he would like by accident he would start flying forward or whatever. And it's like, no, fucking come back. So I would just dodge really quick and pull him back, which I think is really nice that you can just bring them.
Yeah, it made me, I think in the grand scheme of things, it made me feel like Capcom designed him to be more of like, it's more like you're playing chess than you're playing like Devil May Cry, I guess, which is weird because it doesn't really feel like it's appropriate in this sort of game, but I still appreciate it either way. And I just like V as a character and that he brings, so I don't really give a shit. But yeah, it feels way more like you're kind of sending puzzle pieces or chess pieces out there to kind of get in the damage, and you can't really style too much, but you're playing a way more tactical approach to the game than a just hack and slash approach to the game, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely odd. It's certainly not Devil May Cry when I think about it, but a lot of the weirdness that I feel playing him, especially on higher difficulties now, is like it's kind of circumvented by the fact that I just love him as a character, period, in terms of his personality and just like the way he looks and moves and everything, that I get off on that enough to not be so caught up in the gameplay, like giving me like weird issues and things like that. Because there are a lot of little odd things to get used to that I don't realize, because it's not, I don't want to say it's not intuitive, but it's not something that I'm used to looking for with characters like Nero and Dante. Where, for example, we were talking about this in Discord earlier. There's a thing where you can get a move. I forget which one it's called, but you can get a move that you can send Griffin out to like kind of do this little kind of curved move, and it knocks the enemy up. If you are closer to the demon, where Griffin will kind of stay closer to you, and you send it out, and then you immediately try to go into, I forget what it's called, but the thing where he does the big like purple explosion around him. He'll get to like the height of his arc as he's flying away, and then you can cancel it into where you recall him right above V, and it'll go into the explosion. But if you're farther away, like it takes him way long. He has to finish his animation and then like, dissipate, come back to you, and then he can do the animation. And I didn't understand that, like why there would be situations where I'm trying to go for that kind of move and like it won't happen. And now I can understand why. There's a lot of weird stuff like that I kind of have to get used to, because there'd be places where I feel like maybe it's just me like losing track of my partners, but in reality it's like there's just certain properties that I don't understand. But like it's hard for me to worry about it when at the same time I'm just doing random shit. I do a Kane finisher on one of those, like I think it was the nobody enemies, the ones with like the big like weird looking squiggly things with the big eyeball head, and he stabs the eyeball, starts walking away from it. He's like twirling his cane with it, just casually turns around, just fucking chucks it at him. Demon explodes and fucking star meter goes up. I bust nuts, dude. I guess like, I just come. Everybody, it's the most entertaining, like just visually entertaining character that I've seen in so long, and they all look great. But V in particular is just so fun to look at that I don't really care about how like a lot, because people were saying, oh, it's too easy to get style with them, and it's like, it's fine, whatever, dude. There's other shit I appreciate. I don't feel like it overstays his welcome either. I don't feel like I'm ever just like doing mission after mission with V and it's like, oh god, I want to go back to another character. Like I haven't really felt, but I haven't felt that yet. Maybe that'll change in the future. I don't know. But he's great. He's great. I love him.
Can I talk about the OST?
Yes.
What a banging fucking soundtrack.
There are some weird tracks in this game that I love. There's some weird fucking ones, especially with V. Some of his tracks are so out there, but god, I love him. The game in general.
V, fucking Nero, Mission 3, the one where you're like outside, you're kind of doing, you got to co-op with another person, I guess, but essentially you're going through and you're like using your wire snatch.
Oh, where all the fucked up buildings.
Yeah, on the rooftop and stuff, and there's like puzzles to get to like the red orb tree and stuff like that. That song is so fucking good. Like end game music is super, super good. Everything about it. God, I went through that entire time going, Jesus Christ, another banger? They just can't stop with this shit.
It's full of them.
Yeah, it's really fucking good. Gameplay wise, V, I don't know. He's weird to me. He's really, 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 really weird. He's hard to get used to. He's not like over difficult or anything like that. He's not. He's got his own skill sets that require mastering and stuff like that. He's pretty cool character. I think overall, like when he first comes in, he does the quote against Goliath, and he's like, "Me so high, my love so low." That shit is so good.
It's great.
That's a bust a nut moment.
One of my absolute favorite mechanics with him. It's so simple and so sick. Is that you can hold, and this guy, I think it defaults to right trigger, and you can have V walk around and read poetry from his book, and as long as you're not getting hit, while you're using Shadow and Griffin to do shit, a nightmare if you're in DT, you can very slowly increase your double trigger meter by just having him read and not get hit. And I love it. I love the way Aceuhh and everyone at fucking Capcom are able to just take a brand new character and just apply every little bit of his personality and every little bit of just those traits that really want to come through and shine in those mechanics. I love that they really stretch that, because I know a lot of people would be like, oh, I really want a character that's more familiar and it gets me more accustomed to the feeling of Devil May Cry that I'm used to, like a Nero, a Dante, a Virgil, even a Trish or a Lady, if you want to go that far as DMC4 SE, even those were pretty different. But like, it's just, I feel like in this case it was a little more important to sell the character, and I think they did a great job with that. I don't mind it being so different, because it's just everything about it I love. This man out here reading poetry.
Have you played it yet, Shib?
No, I haven't played it. I was deciding between that and the new Trials game. I just bought Trials because I'm just gonna wait a month for the DLC and then buy DMC.
Which one was that called? Trials?
Rising.
Oh.
I haven't played those in a while, but those are really fun.
It's Trials. But...
It's Trials.
They got like this like whack ghost shit now that you can't turn off, so it feels like you're racing all the time though, and I don't really like that.
Oh, is it like did you ever play I used to play this a lot when I was younger. Trackmania?
No, I never
Where they're
played
just
that.
always like ghosts and shit just calling all the time. It makes me think of that.
Apparently, there's like a lot of like grind you have to do to unlock levels in this game too, and they have like fucking in-game loot boxes with cosmetic shit that you can buy with real money and all this shit.
Whack. Oh.
But I don't give a fuck about cosmetics, so as long as the gameplay is fine. But like, apparently you have to grind to unlock the final stages too. Like it takes like you have to grind for several hours doing old stages over and over again just to get to like the final stages.
Interesting. Okay, so question.
Mm.
I got asked this the other day. I figured I'd ask you guys. Is Devil May Cry Game of the Year?
RE2 is good.
RE2 is really
I
good.
haven't played
I'm trying to
RE2,
think of what
so
else
that's hard.
is
They
coming
both
out
run
this.
on the same engine though, dude. Both Capcom.
Well, I'm trying to think of what else
Capcom's
comes
killing it
out.
right now.
I'm trying to think of what else comes out this year that's gonna like really take my attention away.
Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, dude.
Marvel 4, baby.
That's
When's
next
Marvel
year,
4
dude.
coming out?
2020, my bad.
I mean, so the only other notable titles I can think of this year that I'm interested in
Sekiro. I
is
wanna play
Sekiro. Oh, Days Gone. Days Gone is going to be Game of the Year, absolutely.
Bro, I
You know,
forget
we're all
that shit
get
exists
that
until
pre-order
I
in
see it.
before April, man. You gotta get that you know, Gone Days.
Who's
It's
even
really good.
making that?
It's the people who made Bubsy 3D.
Okay.
They've made other
also-
stuff, but their most notable contribution, I feel, to the industry has been Bubsy 3D.
At this point, the only game I want to play, like, as of right now, is fucking Code Vein, and that shit doesn't even have a release date. That shit got delayed in 2018, and they were like, fuck
I'm really looking
you.
forward to Sekiro. I think this game's gonna be fucking sick.
I hope Sekiro's good. Doom Eternal comes out this year. I want to say, yeah.
I never played the Doom 20 whatever.
I haven't played it either. Heard it was very good though.
Yeah,
you got grappling hooks in this shit now. I gotta play this game. Team Sonic Racing comes out in May. I don't expect anything super special from it. As long as it's as fun as Transform, that's fine. But it's certainly not Game of the Year. Crash Team Racing not Reignited. Whatever it's called. It looks slower. I'd rather just play the original, so I'm not super interested in that. I don't know. People are excited for Division 2, I guess, but I don't know.
Bayo 3.
Bayo 3. We still don't have any notice of that. There's no way it's coming this year.
Apparently, there's some platinum game coming back from the dead.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I can't think of anything else. Last of Us 2? No.
What about Persona 5 Rumble, dude? That's not gonna be your game of the year.
Yeah, you know. Can't wait to see when it gets announced, dude.
And whenever it gets announced.
This month. They said this month.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't like fucking between RE2 and DMC5. I don't know what else could like unless I just
What do you mean, dude? Kingdom Hearts 3.
Shut the fuck
I'm
up.
stoked for Shadowbringers too, FF14 as well, but I don't know if I call that like game of the year.
If Sekiro really gets me, and I'd be surprised if it did, but if it really fucking hooks me, then maybe. But I don't even know. And that's not me discrediting the game. That's just me just playing like Dark Souls 2 and 3 and being like, yeah, I don't know about this B. So
well, I've been waiting for Bloodborne too. Honestly, I fucking love Bloodborne, dude.
Yeah.
I like how it rewards a more aggressive play style rather than like turtling like Dark Souls does.
Oh, Judgment. Forgot about Judgment.
That's coming out.
People are interested in that.
I have never heard of Judgment. I'm going to Google it.
It was called I think it's called Judge Ice in Japan. It's the side game based in the Yakuza universe.
Oh, okay,
Hell yeah.
cool.
It looks really
Never
sick.
mind.
It looks
I don't
super
need to
sick.
Google it now.
Also has an English dub, surprisingly enough, and it sounds pretty okay. Yeah, it looks really sick. So I don't know.
I would already
Yeah.
call RE2 Game of the Year over KH3. I think KH3 is out of the running.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that shit fell out of the running the second it came out.
KH3, boy, that game been out of the running for a hot minute.
What about with the DLC by the end of the year?
Well, I was gonna say that we haven't gotten the DLC yet, so how can you even say that it's not even a finished game? What do you mean? You know?
Oh god, I want to
Wait till critical mode. Critical mode will make it better.
Yeah,
stop talking bad about my favorite game.
It's my favorite game. It's the most important game of the year.
It's so important.
So important that they have to make another one.
All right. I don't want to get like super far into this, but like ever since DMC5 has come out and people have got like time to play it and finish it, I've seen some murmurs on the social medias that DMC5 feels like mo better than KH3, and then that's been getting like, I mean, how do you guys feel? Because I mean, like I know there's like one side of it where they're like, dude, it's great, and then there's the other side that's like, you can't compare them. One's an action RPG, one's like a character action game. They're totally different.
Bottom
totally
line,
different styles.
God damn it, character action game. They're the same.
It's a game where you do attacks in real time. That's the basis of it. Yeah, they're super different, but in terms of what elements the gameplay and the different mechanics have to keep me involved and motivated in not only exploring said mechanics but just playing the game repeatedly and having a good time. Obviously, DMC5 blows it out of the fucking water.
DMC5's literal goal, like they know, okay, if you want to unlock harder difficulties, you have to beat this game multiple fucking times. And the only way you can redo that, make it replayable. Because if we go through on Devil Hunter, maybe we'll go through on Son of Sparta, and then be like, okay, well, I'm bored now. Me no want to play. No, now it's like, oh fuck, this gets harder. Okay, let's go. Hey, mount up. Let's go. Let's get it in. Squad up. We're going in. You know,
the game is designed with replayability in the mind, even from like different enemy placements, different properties, different speeds on certain enemy attacks and all that kind of shit.
I've been replaying Mission 2 and 3 and Mission 10. I mean, not Mission 10, Mission 11 over and over and over again. Just because they're so fucking fun to play.
Well, KH3 doesn't have any replayability, doesn't have any DLC. You need to wait for that to happen. I mean, okay, so like in terms of like the stuff that we can compare, because like a lot of what you guys are describing, I feel is stuff that actually is kind of unique to character action, where you have to be there's like a new game plus essentially, where you take your kit and you take it to a higher difficulty and stuff like that. But like in terms of just like game feel, I guess, just like being able to control Nero, Dante, V versus controlling Sora, and as well as like enemy design and stuff
Vash
like
might say different otherwise to what I'm gonna say right now, but I feel like I have so much more control over my character in Devil May Cry in all instances. Even V's awkward, but I still feel like I can fucking control him and do what I fucking want. If I want to slide, hey, guess who's coming? Shadow's gonna slide right under me. He's gonna slide. If I want to double jump, Griffin's gonna pop up. Boom, easy peasy. If I want, if I want to do a fucking move, if I want to do a charge attack with Shadow, I'm gonna set up Griffin and then fucking do the charge attack, have the shit rain down, and then fucking skewer him with the cane. And I feel like I can literally look at it and map it out in my head and feel and be able to do it and feel like, okay, I can make this happen. Where KH3, I can look at a situation and be like, okay, I'm gonna launch up this character and I'm gonna do this, and this, and then finish off with a thunder, and then Goofy comes and smacks him out of my shit, and I'm fucked. There's nothing I can do about it.
Well, there's also just the range of different options abilities that you have in DMC5 per each character. Let's say Nero, for example. You have baked in options to certain moves that allow you to dodge and move around. Things like shuffle, which also not only has the ability to cancel it halfway into a sidestep or anything like that, but will just dodge things anyway to come back in for a hit. Being able to obviously being able to jump for I-Brains, be able to dodge normally, which you can upgrade to the table, for a table hopper and all that. having grapple that way you can get in closely. Like certain enemies react differently to where you can zip to them or you can pull them towards you. Like there's all these different things to make use of mobility and then change the way you play based on enemy positioning, enemy design, the arena that you're in, things like that. But also generally be pretty freeform where you can do it how you want and still feel rewarding. And also, yeah, if you get hit, that's pretty much your fault. Whereas in Cage 3, things are designed and focused so much around dodge and guard, where you have entire abilities that basically just bake in okay, if you guard something, if you guard something and you have counter slash on, you can block it and you get a little prompt to hit the button and you attack button and you hit them up. It's cool when it works, but a lot of enemies don't care. If the little snow dragon guys are drilling along the ground, right, and you block it, you get the counter slash thing, you do it, and then you're in the animation, and then you get hit out of it, and you just keep getting hit. And if you're trying to do level 1 proud, of course you're gonna die.
Right.
Typically,
so a lot of that,
typically,
a lot of that is like enemy design interaction.
Right. There's not enough. I guess that's what I'm like thinking about in my head right now when it comes to enemies and stuff and comparing things. Is that there's not enough consistency with what they allow Sora to do and how enemies react to it, because they'll create okay, for example, you have situations where you're fighting the rock golem guy and he'll armor up, or you're fighting Marshmallow and he'll armor up. You have unique enemies that will create an armor health bar property that you have to destroy before you can start damaging them again. It's like, oh, that's cool. That creates a little bit of variety, except a lot of the time the best solution is just go for something that's going to do as many multi-hits as possible. So you just do a shot lock and you wipe the whole bar anyway. Everything else is going to be super tedious and then typically take a long time, as opposed to something like, okay, if I'm playing as Nero and I'm fighting the little Angelo guys and they have the shields up. I love doing this kind of shit in 4 with the shield dudes, because I find it fun to fight the big scissor guys, whatever. Anyone who will regularly try to block a different attacks where you have to break their guard in some way, because it creates a different way of you trying to go about the enemy. You're not trying to get them into a combo state. You're trying to maximize your DPS in a situation where you can also be prepared to deal with, like, if they parry back and they go in for a counterattack, or be ready for when they break, as well as dealing with other enemies that are around you. And especially with the dudes that have the big fucking ghosty scissor sword boys, because they float around, and it reminds me of Foss, and I love that shit. So, like, that creates interesting properties where you have to take your base kit, do things a little bit differently to react to what the enemy is doing, and then break their guard and then go in. But you're not actually having to. It's not like, okay, well, I'm gonna stop and then use my big laser or something like that. I guess you could, but like depending on, like, if you're playing V or whatever, it's like, oh, I gotta break this guy's guard. Okay, I'm gonna hop on Nightmare and do big laser. I guess you can do that if you want, but typically it doesn't feel like, it feels like I have a new way to approach a situation, not only for the enemy itself, but also just whatever else is around me, and apply my knowledge of my character and my kit to that on the fly, and it makes me feel like I get a lot more reward out of it, and like I'm really learning the game, as opposed to Cage 3, where once I find the immediate option that just gets it out of the way faster, because it just does it 100 times more effectively than anything else, because numbers, the whole the number thing, then it's like, okay, well, you armored up, I'm gonna do my shot lock, because otherwise everything else is gonna waste either waste too many resources or too much time, because this is dragging on, and I don't have the freedom to experiment, because you can't, like, it's not like, oh, if I take this one Keyblade transformation and I start hitting the rock golem that's all armored up, and like I'll parry off him in a unique way that'll trigger an attack, and then I can counter it or something, or I'm gonna, like, no, it just becomes a big fucking meat shield. That's all it is. It's a big fucking meat shield. And you can have like big fucking meat shields in DMC5 if you're fighting like Urzen and he puts out his big fucking crystal thing, and you're whacking away at that or whatever. You see attacks that are coming, but you have enough options to evade in creative and fun, in very basic fun ways, and you get more and more of those options as you keep playing. So even on the most basic situation, it's a matter of like, okay, try to maximize your damage in those situations and dodge whatever the fuck he's doing, because he's a big boy. And it's just, you have all these different ways to go about different situations, but you're still utilizing the same kit, and the game is forcing you to say, hey, try to think of this differently, but don't worry about just trying to use something entirely different or something very specific just to blow this up quickly. Like, experiment. And you don't,
I guess
I don't get that in 3. That's the main stuff I think of.
I guess the takeaway that I'm getting from this is like it's more or less like what the player is willing to put up with in terms of like fairness between your character and then the character that the enemies that you're interacting with. And there's like a lot more that you can do in 5 versus what you can do in 3. And I feel like it's important to point that out, because when everybody gets like super hand wavy and they're just like, don't compare the games because they're just totally different genres, they're going for totally different things. This sort of conversation that we're having, I don't feel like it applies to that sort of. I feel like this is the sort of thing that actually applies to both games, regardless of the genre that they're in. And I think it does, like, when you compare them, I feel like it's fair. And I feel like when you look at it that way, it's like, yeah, 3 really does kind of suck the enjoyment out of interactions because everything is so limited in terms of Sora's combo kit and just how he interacts with enemies. It just doesn't feel really engaging, that sort of shit. That's all I wanted to talk about. I don't want to go on for
no,
like,
I completely
too long about this sort of shit.
I completely get that. Well, again, I think it's like the basic idea of you have your character and then there's an enemy on the screen and you hit them in real time with stuff. I don't care if it's fucking based on resources. I don't care. I mean, technically, hey, you could say DMC5 is an fucking action RPG because you got to manage breakers or some bullshit. You can stretch that shit a mile if you want to, but like, I don't give a fuck. It's yeah. I mean, you have your character who hits another character in real time, and you have different fucking abilities and weapons, whatever else that you can use. I feel like it's completely fair to make comparisons between that. It gets more weird when, like, people will ask me in the past, example, like, it gets weird when it's really, really general. It's like, which do you think is a better action game, DMC or KH? And it's like, that's a weird question. Because then I start thinking about, that's when I start thinking it's hard to make an immediate comparison because they operate very different. They operate on very different rules and what the general design philosophy is behind how those games work and how the progression works, how the pacing works, everything. Like, there's so many things you can factor in. But if it's literally just talking about, hey, when you're fighting certain enemies, how does this feel versus this? I feel like that's completely fair. And I think it's silly to brush those kind of conversations under the rug simply because you have trouble comparing very specific elements that cross over between different genres. Like, I don't see anything wrong with that at all.
It's weird because, like, these are like really prominent people that talk about video games all the time, and yet they're just so unwilling to fucking make this jump, and they're just like, no, you can't do that. You can't. And a lot of the time, it's coming from specific people that I know love Kingdom Hearts 3, and I swear to God, it always comes from a place of, I want to defend my game.
Yeah.
I want to defend my golden cow because it's under attack, and you can't do that. Don't make fun of my game.
Do you think they see Twitter as like a Dynasty Warriors map where they get alerts that, like, my bunker in the left side of the map it's like, oh, I gotta go.
Oh no, I gotta go over there.
Which is ironic because KH3.
You can't do that. Here's my Twitter post.
And it's ironic because KH3 is basically just a fancy Dynasty Warriors. Hit me up on Twitter.
Yeah, it kind of is. You're not wrong, Dax.
No. Except enemies that you can't see actually aggro, instead of just standing there and letting you do your big AoEs, which, you think would make it more interesting, but a lot of times it's just really annoying. And so I go to the corner of a room and shot lock because I don't want to fucking deal with anything. Man, that sounds really familiar to another game I played back in 2010 on the PSP, the PlayStation Portable. Don't at me.
Yeah. Thanks.
Except that game was more consistent. Fucking, ooh, shit, man. That's a conversation for another day.
Did I hear you drop a lie? Because I don't think I did. I'm looking around. I don't see it.
I can't find it.
I can't find it. I have to go lost and found and see if I can find the lie. I don't think they have it, though.
Shit. Fucking pull this plate up, dude. Oh, man. At least Dynasty Warriors makes you feel cool because the enemies won't actually aggro back. In this game, they just fucking... Anyway, so... what other games have we been playing, boys, besides DMC5?
Oh, shit. I mean, I told you RE2. I've been on that fucking train for a minute. This game is so goddamn good. I swear to fuck.
I gotta fucking fucking.
I haven't had that. I won't even. I respect the game enough to where I won't even. I'm sure plenty of y'all have already seen like what happens at the end of Leon's campaign, but like, God, I haven't had that fucking satisfying, just cathartic of a fucking moment in a game in a long time. Where just the moment I saw that fucking case come down with the rocket launcher in it. I mean, I think like I even went back. I saw the clip of me. I'm like, I don't even remember this. Like I'm dancing on fucking camera. I'm so excited, and it's just like about fucking time, asshole. Like the game, oh, God, just so good. What the fuck, Capcom? This game's
Dude, Max said
ridiculous.
it, dude. Capcom is one good fighting game.
One good fighting game away from just being on that shit. And hey, and like
Capcom is game of the year, dude. Just
like
Capcom.
look, like we've been saying, they dropped Kage. They haven't talked about that shit for a hot minute, and that was right. That was right after they moved Ono out of the way in place of the guy who's been running Monster Hunter. So
whether it's a Street Fighter 6, I don't know,
or just like some big restructuring or whatever it is. Like
they have to be working on something.
I'm hopeful that a lot of those shifts mean that they're
I would say
trying to pay
Evo
attention to
probably
it.
too. I don't think E3, probably Evo gets there's got to be some kind of reveal at that point, because how much longer are you gonna hold out, dude? Like you're gonna lose interest if you don't say anything for this long.
Yeah, and well, there's the thing. They've been already at the point of losing interest ever since the end of the last season. The second fucking Sagat and what's the other character? A G came out. No one fucking coded it.
Yeah.
Kage came out, and that was like a spurt. It was like, whoa, who's this evil Ryu looking ass? And then it was like, oh, no one fucking cares actually. So I mean, I don't know. Like,
dude, I fucking wish, dude. They announced Marvel 4, dude.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
I feel like they have a lot of games they can fall back on, but right now they need like a AAA fighting game.
Yeah.
And I think that their only options are Street Fighter or like Marvel or Capcom All-Star Fighter or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if they were to bring back like Darkstalkers or fucking
Watch, I could see it now, dude. Capcom versus Capcom versus J Warriors.
God, please. Well, what's interesting, what I'm kind of hoping for, because I think these games are sick, is another Rival Schools, because Aceuhh has said he had like the main ideas he had in the pipeline, games that he really wants to work on, was between DMC5 and Dragon's Dogma 2. And he chose DMC more than likely, especially after how successful this shit's been. I mean, I'm sure he's probably already been on fucking DD2. And I would really like to hope that if they allow this to let him work on a fucking Rival Schools 3. I think it'd be super cool. Project Justice 2 or whatever you would call it. Maybe you just give it a whole new title. Those games are super sick. I think it'd be really, really cool to bring that back. But even still, even with that, I would expect them to still try to push like a good, like just AAA mainline Capcom fighter title. And I think the best ways to do that is either just start over fresh with Street Fighter 6. Because no matter what you change with 5, I don't think people are just going to be able to come back to it.
Yeah, it started off with a bad rep too.
Yeah, it really did. It really did. So if you can start fresh and with a good fucking rep with either Street Fighter 6 or Capcom All Stars, Capcom Fighting Jam 2, whatever the fuck you want to call it, don't even, I don't like, just you got some good ass properties, man. Celebrate it and make a good fighter.
Capcom Jam 2 or Capcom All Stars Fighter, whatever. I don't think you need Marvel. I want the gameplay.
Yeah.
And I want the visual. I want it to be a good game, but it doesn't have to have Marvel characters.
And I mean,
Capcom has a roster that they can choose plenty of viable characters from.
And I know Capcom had its hand in fucking up MVCI plenty. But like Marvel and Disney, man, they didn't help. So if Capcom had complete control, especially now with a new kind of head on their shoulders a bit, I would really like to think that they could knock it out of the park with that. But I mean, I'm very doubtful that'll happen, at least not for a long time. But I would like to think that would be a really great way to do it. Of course, like their way lately of celebrating different franchises aside from whatever MVCI was like that fucking weird phone game, the Puzzle Fighter phone game they had with like where Dante looked even more cracked out than he did in VC. Fucking like Frank West bobblehead looking at, like it was ugly. Like it was a really ugly game. No one liked it. It was a simple little puzzle game. It's just the art that was horrible because it just felt like it was disrespectful towards every character that they put in there.
Dude, Nos is not wrong in chat, by the way. Literally everything that Disney touches right now in terms of like games, it just turns to dust, dude. It just dies.
It's so obvious what they force a hand in with the fact that you have 4 of like the highest quality cutscenes in the entire game, all in like Arendelle, just all jam packed in together, and very obvious moments that are just trying to recreate. Like you could not be any more obvious with that shit.
I wonder how Disney feels knowing that we skipped them. They're probably sitting there. Stop! Watch them!
Watch the cutscene. Buy Frozen merch.
Right? Frozen 2 coming soon.
Okay, real talk. Every single time, like I was in the movie theater and I was watching the fucking trailer for Frozen 2, and I think it looks cool. I want to see it.
It does look cool.
Oh yeah,
it looks super.
I don't have a big problem with Frozen's characters. I have a problem with the shitty fucking story and all the side gags with the trolls and whatever.
Yeah,
like even Olaf or whatever. You cut down a few lines, he's fine. But like, I like the characters. I just don't like the way they forced it. The Hans thing was so awfully done. All the troll shit, whatever, the narrative moving back and forth. Like there's so many places where I don't usually do this with films a lot, but there's so many places after I saw it, or so many times after I saw it, where I was like, oh, if you just move this around, if you got rid of this character and you did this, it'd be way better. I don't get caught up in that a lot, but with this one, it felt so plainly obvious the way you could do basic fixes to make the movie so much better. Because character wise, I think it's got some cool characters in there. So I think, hey, put them in a new fucking setting. And apparently, supposedly, I don't know a lot about the background of it, but I saw a lot of people who saw the trailers say like, oh, it's a lot more like it's already looking more like the original story. I don't know much about the original story, the Snow Queen or whatever it was called, but I mean, that's kind of a cool thing to hear for people that are into the original story. Because a lot of people who read it were really pissed off when it ended up being nothing like it, according to them.
Yeah.
Fucking cheap. Also, Naruto running on the sea sold me.
That shit was cool. She's trying to get over the wave. It was sick.
The one thing that did come out that obviously had a Marvel tie-in that I feel like Disney didn't bother them too much was probably the Spider-Man Insomniac game, because they were just like, it's super cinematic. It's like not breaking any rules.
It's very much what they would want, but just with
it's
good.
What they would ideally want.
They did a great job.
It just happened to be good as well. Yeah. It shows that like there's a time and place for cinematic stuff like that, and in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite Story Mode definitely wasn't it.
Definitely wasn't. Oh, what, you didn't like you didn't like the Infinity Buster, dude? You didn't like it? Was so epic. Remember when Thanos started up a Hadouken? In the secret ending, I remember saying that shit.
Secret ending?
Yeah, or at the very end, you didn't see after the credits when Thanos goes up to Death and Jeddah. And they're like, because they plotted against them, right? Because Thanos is all pissed off or whatever. But he took Ryu's power and he has the Dark Hado now. And he starts charging up a fucking Hadoken. And I halfway called it because I was like, wouldn't it be funny if like Thanos just did a fucking Hadoken or something? I said that like offhand on the stream weeks before the game came out. And I saw that shit at the end. I was dying. I was like, what the fuck do you mean? This man's charging up Hadoken. It was kind of sick.
But
it was kind of sick,
that
actually.
definitely wasn't the place for it. And KH3 cutscenes definitely weren't the place for it.
I mean, look, I gotta.
They own the movie rights. They don't own video game rights.
I gotta give MCI Story Mode credit because after watching Aceuhh play Jump Force,
oh hell yeah, dude!
even that shit's a night and day. What the fuck, dude? I'm sorry. Like that shit. Like we had some really awkward, really rushed fucking mocap, just like with the fucking characters thrown on a model, like some Sonic 06 cutscene kind of shit. But we didn't have fucking Frieza in his owl pose just floating fucking up. No, the one that got me was that big motherfucker from One Piece. Blackbeard. Just like he's like just doing this shit and he slowly just floats up while he's doing it, just doing this like fucking pose.
Yep.
What the fuck, dude?
The game,
Jump Force isn't real. I refuse to believe Jump Force is real.
that is a
$60 live on Steam.
$60 as a $60 game.
$60 game
It's
with a
$60
$100 edition.
With the $100
Holy fuck,
edition
dude.
on Steam.
I cannot believe they charge $60 for that. Shit. You can
Hey,
go
thanks
buy,
for the
like,
subs, guys. Appreciate it.
What the fuck? You can buy so many good things for less than $60 on
Oh,
Steam.
you could buy multiple video games.
Dude,
Bro,
you could
Hollow
buy-
Knight-
you could buy,
Hollow
like-
Knight's like $15, dude.
can
That's
buy,
one of the
like-
best
Speaking of
fucking
who
games
just
of the
went
year
live.
last year. Oh yeah,
Eduardo
just went
Hook.
live.
With Jump
Dude,
Force.
with $60, I could buy like 3 sets of panties on DOA 6, dude. It's sick. It'd be so good.
Bro, that shit's ridiculous, dude. That fucking $100 season pass for Dead
I
or
hope a
Alive.
year from now it's the equivalent of DOA 5 where you have like thousands of dollars worth of fucking random DLC for that fucking
It's
game.
literally Train Simulator, dude.
It's
They're
Train
fucking-
Simulator but with tits. Great. What
Why?
fucking game.
Why does that game exist? Why?
to make money.
The worst part is that they've gotten, ever since they hopped off the DS, they've just gotten worse and worse. Because the DS ones are cool. Like J Stars and Ultimate Stars were fucking sick.
Yeah.
Those games were
They had
rad.
a PS3 one, didn't they?
Yeah, and that game was kind of whack, but this one's even more whack. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's really, really
They just
weird.
keep getting worse. They're like, we'll still charge $60. People
Charge
buy it.
$60
Gives a
fucking
shit.
dollars.
Has anime.
Uh,
Has Dragon Ball all over it, dude.
I
People
don't
will buy
even.
this
I
shit.
want to say, and I'm probably wrong about this, but I want to say that the J Stars game that came out on PS3 and 360 was like 40. I think it was like a. I think it was like a.
Reasonable.
I want to say it was like a budget
Based
game.
on what I saw in Jump Force,
I feel
seems
like I'm wrong, but I
reasonable.
want to say it was a budget game. Maybe I'm just really hopeful to add to the fucking pain. I don't know.
Is there male characters in Dead or Alive? I literally don't know any Dead
Yeah,
or Alive.
There's like
characters.
5?
There's always been male characters.
Yeah.
You got what's her
people
name's
I've heard-
dad, the big
Hayabusa's
wrestler
always in
guy.
the
You got
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa. You got Ryu Hayabusa.
Oh, really?
You got the bald black guy with this cool looking dude with the sunglasses. I think he died at one point and came back. I don't know much about. I don't know the DOA.
Legitimately,
I
the
don't
only
know.
reason Halo 3 has Hayabusa armor is because Master Chief was in DOA 4.
Wait, was he?
Yeah.
Master
What
Chief
the
was
fuck?
well, it wasn't Master Chief. It was a female Spartan. It was a different model. It was a different number.
Yeah.
Only character I know from Dead or Alive at all is Kasumi, I think.
Kasumi.
Is that the big
Kasumi?
titted
Yeah,
bitch
so,
with blue eyes?
Ayane.
Zach was in. Yeah, there was a new guy introduced in 5. I wanted like the. Always had the hood on. He kind of had like the Street Fighter 5 Balrog look to him.
Speaking of the Master Chief,
Oh!
this was either today or yesterday.
Oh,
yeah. They put that boy in Jump Force. They modded that boy in.
So,
I wanted to see if
modded it in
Asa had
voice
seen
checks.
that
It's so sick. I saw it. It was
because
it was
it's with
fucking
it's the
good.
guy who has the gun, right? The detective guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that.
That
Oh
was
yeah,
cool.
I saw that video.
Another crazy thing about Master Chief, but Halo as a whole. Tomorrow. This is shit is coming into the rumor mill for the
Mhm.
past week. Tomorrow, it is speculated Master Chief Collection will be announced for the PC at some thing. So Master Chief Collection could be coming to the PC.
I would
What?
I'd really like that. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yo!
Well, and you know, I wouldn't be super big on the rumor if Halo Infinite wasn't coming to PC, but it is. I think.
Yep.
Well,
So-
apparently they posted, the Microsoft Store posted the listing for Master Chief Collection PC already as well.
Yep.
Dog.
So
Now I don't know. I remember hearing about this real quick. I remember hearing about when people were discussing this rumor. I can't remember if it was something that was. I can't remember if it was something in context to what you can do on it because I don't know if you can use PC like keyboard and mouse on
I
on
was
Xbox.
thinking about it, and I don't know. Well, you can, but the thing is, you only get matched up with people if you do it. I think it's on Fortnite or something like. If you plug in a keyboard and mouse inside on your Xbox, you can only to play like Fortnite. You can only get matched up with people on PC.
Right.
So
Which I think would be
So you can't
Cool.
smurf on kids.
Yeah,
because
so you can't smart
I would love to play. Honestly, I would love to play it on PC with controller with just plug in the Xbox controller.
that's the big
and
thing.
then play
what I
with other
think
people's controller.
what they'll do is cap it to controller only, because this is literally how Halo's been played.
Just Halo. Yeah, it's just Halo.
Yeah, that's just Halo.
Bro,
Like
fuck.
So,
Shooters
Yeah.
on controller. You reminded me.
that's Halo
I'm
though,
playing-
man. That's
I've been
different.
playing Modern Warfare Remastered because it's free on PS Plus. Fucking.
I actually
oh
wanna
my
download that.
god, dude.
Oh,
Fucking
Try
yo,
to
when you guys
trying
yo,
to
if
aim
you
on a
guys,
controller is like fucking feels like doing rocket science to me. Now,
if you
dude.
guys
That's
get
like,
that, if you guys get that, let me know. Let's play some Search and Destroy. Your boy's always
I
down.
I'm actually I'm gonna check out my PS Plus.
Your boy is always
right
down to play
now.
some
dude,
fucking
I've just been playing the campaign
Search.
on veteran. I'm like, how the fuck did I do this shit when I was younger, dude? This shit is fucking impossible. What the fuck?
I could never do that shit
Bro,
on veteran.
You literally
Bro,
like walk out for
veteran?
3 seconds. Like if you're out and you're visible to the enemy for a half a second, you're just you're fucking.
Bro,
dead.
I don't know how people beat that game in general. Even when I was a kid, when that game came out, it took me a whole year, to beat the Ferris wheel mission on veteran. The
I
next
just
mission,
beat that one this morning, dude. I was
All
doing it.
gillied
the
up,
next,
dude.
Yeah.
the next mission after that is basically the same thing. I never beat it. So,
Dude, Halo One,
I just beat
Halo,
all gillied up this morning.
oh my god.
Halo One. I think as a kid, yeah, it's 2001 because I remember renting it from fucking Hollywood Video or whatever it was down the street.
Mhm.
Probably like over the course of like 5 months. Oh shit, hold on.
They added a fucking
And
trophy too, and all gillied up. And it's called like the changing the future, and you can snipe fucking Makarov. He's one
Oh,
of the
shit.
drivers of the cars.
which mode would I like to play first? Probably multiplayer, because Ace is
Alright,
gonna
hold on.
want me to play Search.
Yeah,
first.
dude, we'll run games. Let's go.
Run some GVs, dude.
Dude, yo, let's go, baby.
Search and destroy.
Search and destroy. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Yeah, I just think I get the Modern Warfare 2 theme stuck in my search and destroy.
Bro, I was walking through all
Defend
gillied
the
up.
objective.
He fucking said it. He goes, I was walking through all gillied up with Captain Macmillan. He just goes, 50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town.
Now it's a ghost town.
Bro, everyone remembers that shit when they loaded that shit up. 50,000 people used to live here.
Dude, I asked you. I rolled in. I was like, please just do that for me. Like, just put that bitch-
I don't remember. Was
Oh,
that
that
Modern
actually,
Warfare
dude.
1 or 2?
One.
It was one.
Oh,
That
it's
was
fine.
Modern Warfare 1.
We were talking
Modern
about
Warfare
how
2,
And then it cuts to
Modern
like the
Warfare 2 is-
helicopter going down, right?
Mhm.
Modern Warfare 2,
Modern-
you just skip a bunch.
Modern Warfare Remastered is free on PS Plus, so I've been playing that and everyone's downloaded it now.
Yeah. Which Halo is the best for multiplayer? Halo 2 is innovative, but Halo 3 mastered it pretty well.
What about
They-
Halo Reach?
you
and
can make an
Halo
argument
4?
for either 2 or 3, I think.
Don't fucking talk to me about Halo Reach. Halo Reach had no ranking system. They had one playlist with an elo system that was dog shit. I literally win 5 games and I was fucking Onyx and a half, like Onyx God rank or whatever the fuck it was called. Fuck that.
What about ODST?
ODST was a great campaign. It was fun to play.
I never played it.
ODST was.
I've
You know
never
why I
did.
got
Never
ODST?
did.
You want to know why I got ODST?
For the,
It's
for the
because
multiplayer.
for the
disc.
multiplayer disc with the maps on it. All right.
Yeah, I
So-
rented it from Blockbuster, and it came with both discs, and I just kept the multiplayer disc and returned it, and they never knew.
Hell yeah.
Fucked
That's
up.
some degeneracy.
So BB Asa wins the
Fucking
Halo
trying to-
1v1. You'd have to talk to BB about that.
Which
He wants
Halo are we
to-
talking about? I mean, I'll
I
get
don't
my
care.
boot
Ooh,
wrapped either way.
ooh,
but it
he's
doesn't really
stepping up.
matter.
He's stepping up. He said, "Which one?"
Oh, dude, I don't care. That's fine.
Man, I don't
No, he
care.
said, "I'll see you in any one of them."
All right, dude.
Bring it
Halo
on.
5. See you there, dude.
Doesn't that one have the sprint function?
Halo
in it for
Infinite,
everybody?
where we drop
Yes,
it.
sprint function
it's
in
at
Reach, actually.
yeah, yeah.
Well, I
But-
know that,
I-
but wasn't it like a standard for all units? And
Yes, after
Yeah.
4, I think sprint was just
Yeah.
like the norm.
That was
and
just
which
it was in. Dude, after Halo 5 came out, the default controls were Call of Duty controls.
yeah. it
What?
was-
That's
Yeah.
default.
they
I'm-
had aim down sight. They had sprint.
Oh
it was,
god, that hurt. Like when I saw that
They
shit,
added,
I
they
literally,
added,
I literally took the disc out and I was like, I'm taking this shit back.
they added ADS in fucking Halo.
Yeah.
Oh
what's
yeah.
that even look
yeah.
like?
It's
It
just like Call of Duty. Just imagine
Yeah.
Call of Duty. It's
But what sights are you aiming down? Have you seen those fucking guns?
yeah, the
they
Yeah,
get all
well,
sorts.
God knows
the-
sight.
Well, this is a futuristic, so just like lasers start coming out and they give you
Oh.
a ADS, dude.
It was
Yeah.
good when Modern Warfare Infinite did that. That was the one that did it.
Yeah, Modern Warfare 2. Or whatever the
No,
fuck?
No, there was
Infinite
some-
Warfare.
Infinite
where it's like
Warfare.
you press
Oh,
it, and
yeah.
that shit just pop up.
Yeah, pretty much.
like,
Yeah.
alright,
But
sure,
no,
you're accurate.
and okay, so like going back on what I was saying, like MCC is supposed to be getting announced tomorrow, and once they announce the date, like I'm gonna be on that shit. Like
Yeah.
I'm gonna be rekindling up the old fire, cause y'all know me from the years 2005 to 2011. I was the Master Chief.
That was the Master Chief.
This is my collection. So wait, is that coming to PC?
Yeah,
That's the
Supposedly.
rumor. Yeah.
That's the rumor.
So
Finally.
MCC, if you guys don't know, includes Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3, and Halo 4. Well, no, Halo 4 maps. It's just underneath the same engine of Halo, essentially. Halo Reach is not included. Thank God. Hey, go next. Halo
No
Reach,
ODST, dude.
ODST
I
is
think
like
the
a DLC I think you can download, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the campaign that was added to it. And then you've got Halo 2, Halo 1, Halo 3, all campaigns, remastered campaigns are all in there as well. Well,
They
Halo
just switched
3,
the graphics on the
yeah,
fly,
Halo
too.
3's graphics stays the same. You can't change anything about that. Halo 2, you can do the anniversary edition, which is like the upgraded shit like that. So I'll be on that shit. I'll be grinding, streaming, doing that fun stuff. I just hope.
2-player co-op till Halo 3 though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Halo
thank
1
God.
and 2 are just 2-player co-op, and then Halo 3.
No.
is 2-player co-op?
Halo 2. No, Halo 2 was 4-player. They would just add in ghost characters essentially for you.
Oh,
You
really?
get an extra well, basically you'd become 2 extra elites, or one extra Spartan, 1 extra elite. It's the same shit for Halo 3.
I thought Halo 3 added 2 extra elites. Like they actually came up with a story reason for it.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, that's
Mm.
that's what I thought.
But in Halo 2, you had those missions where you were the Arbiter and your fleet was all Covenant. So
Yeah,
Oh,
that's Liddy.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
bro, every time
Bro,
I
that
load,
shit's
yo,
that's a bygone relic. Like co-op campaigns where you just
Oh,
like
yeah, no.
yeah.
you have a
there's,
character, one character in the cutscene, and no one else is there. But then you just spawn.
Dude,
in and
Halo
everyone's there again.
was like Halo got ridiculed for the past 2 games because there was no split screen.
Actually, there's a really hold on, let me find it. There's a really good video that talks about this exact topic. How like co-op single player is basically like a dying thing nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love doing that shit, dude. Me and my friends would play Time Splitters 2 all fucking day,
Or-
every day,
Yeah,
dude.
here it is. Yeah,
Well, there's
Naked
so-
Jake, dude. I fucking love this channel. But yeah, that's pretty
Nick,
much
yeah,
it.
Dude,
Naked
Naked
Jakey
Jakey
is
is my favorite
fantastic.
YouTuber.
It's
He's
a
my
little
favorite
wholesome.
fucking YouTuber.
If Michael Goldfish had a YouTube channel,
it would be Naked.
it would be Naked Jakey because he's just as wholesome and he also looks very similar. So
Mm.
it's just yeah.
I think it has all. Someone asked if MCC had all the games, the multiplayer.
No Reach, no 5.
But you can play like Halo.
Okay, so the way it
2.
the way it works is like in the multiplayer, there's playlists. Playlists you can specifically select like Halo 3 hardcore, Halo 2 hardcore,
Okay.
Halo 4
Yep.
a team fun time. I don't fucking care. Halo 4 is bad. But yeah, I'll be on that Halo 3 grind. Halo 2 every once in a while. Halo 3 though, that's my shit, Jim.
It's kind of
That's on
unfortunate
some-
that. Oh,
That's
go.
on some type beat shit.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Well, it's kind of unfortunate that like the nature of single player co-op games has gone more so towards games that are entirely geared around that experience,
Yeah.
like fucking
Mm.
Two Brothers, A Way Out, all that kind of shit.
It's like that or like a battle royale if you want to play a game with your friends nowadays.
Yeah, but in terms of
Yeah.
like but I mean, well, there's tons of different kind of multiplayer shit you can get, but I mean, but in terms of like just co-op stuff, it's typically a lot of the time nowadays it's not so much like you said, you go into the cutscene, you see your one character, and then next one, and then you get a blue version of your character that's just hanging out with you, and without context or anything like that. Like there's no video gamey shit, not much anymore. Kind of happening like that. Everything's very
Well,
very
I mean,
situational.
when we did that Halo 3 campaign thing a long ass time ago, BB, it was like me, you, Tack, and who was with us?
Halikins? I think so.
Haley wasn't with us. for
Was it
that.
not?
It was the Halo 3. It was the Halo 3 campaign shit that we did.
Didn't
I thought it was
Toji
Halikins.
join y'all for something? Or
No, it was Rebel.
Dude,
Was
I
it
love
Rebel?
Fucking Gauntlet.
I think it was Rebel.
Was this seriously Reb?
Yeah, I think so. And I remember we
Alright.
played through the Halo 3 campaign, and it was like, in the cutscenes, you'd only see fucking Arbiter and Master Chief, But when we load it in, there's this stupid ass red Covenant standing there with his fucking plasma blaster, like, and we're just like, when this guy get here? It was cool as shit.
Who fucking cares, dude? Let's play
I
some
know.
4-player co-op, dude. Let's go.
It was cool as fuck, dude.
I agree.
I just wish I just want more of it. When it comes out, BB, me and you gotta hammer through the Halo 2 campaign.
Oh fuck yeah, dude! I'd be super down.
Let's go. Let's go, dude.
I even said I was like going back and listening to some old Halo 2 soundtrack, which by the way, Marty O'Donnell, actually a genius. Like that shit is like so like you will never hear anything like that ever again in your life. It's so amazing. But I was like on stream and I was like, man, I really want to do a fucking Halo 2 legendary playthrough or some shit like that. So like I'm down, dude. I've been
when it comes out, let's go. Let's go.
I've been down, dude.
It'd be fun as fuck.
Yeah, dude. I'll play on legendary. I'll get my ass beat by some invisible, like multi-shielded fucking gold elites. Get my ass beat.
I haven't played that shit. I haven't played that shit in a hot minute. Y'all don't want to bring me in on that. I gotta play through the game once or the first time in like a decade to get my bearings before I jump in on that.
Every time I load into Halo, like nowadays, like I'll load into a multiplayer match, and it's like I feel very awkward. But then like 2 or 3 games in, I do something sick, and I'm like, all right, I'm back. All right. Hey, the wheels are back on. Let's go, baby.
It's
like the one thing in this world that I can always just claim to myself, fuck, I was fucking good at. And I'll cling on to that shit till the day I die. I'm gonna be busting out the old dusty 360s against my kids, my grandkids. Be like, load it up, sonny. 1v1 on the pit.
Do you remember fucking Halo 3 like hardcore with no shields and how like everybody would pick the elite as their character because his head would like
funny story
down and you couldn't headshot him from the back?
Funny story about that. So I was like, okay, me and my friends got really good at SWAT. That was the playlist that was called SWAT. We got really good at it. 50s all across the board on it. And then there was these guys that used to run the playlist called the SWAT King. That's what they went by. They all have the same so what the SWAT Kings were, they'd have the same emblem. They didn't change their gamer tag or anything like that. I remember some of them. One guy that still plays, his name was Icy Venom. He's an old SWAT King. I remember there at some point we would go through and we'd get matched with him, shit on him every fucking time. And then what they started to do is started doing this thing. It was like, okay, we're so fucking good at SWAT. We don't need to be an elite anymore. We're gonna go Spartan every time. We followed suit. We're like, okay, we're gonna do the same fucking thing. Fuck these guys. We're gonna shit on them. Every time we get matched up with them, last second when the counter go boop, 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 at that last boop, they would switch to elite every fucking time, like fucking trash cans, and we'd get dumpstered because we can't shoot their fucking necks. And we're sitting here with our goddamn EVA helmets looking like a giant bug man getting fucking popped. Oh god, I miss that game so much. It's the one thing, dude. I'm too old, dude.
No, you're not, dude. Those were good times, dude. Those were I don't really know what it is, but there's something about I feel spoiled by that era of game where it just was like the norm to make a game centered around player control, just like giving you the most responsive like experience possible. And like nowadays just like, oh, you can just sacrifice that because, you know, graphics engine or some shit like that, or
I'm sure Vash has something to say about that.
Movie experience or cinematic experience.
Oh, I'm sorry, what are we talking about DMC5 already?
Anyways, okay, you know what? You're here. Let us segue into it. VashTSB, welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. Everybody say hi to Vash. He's here. Welcome.
Hi guys.
that was the most Michael Goldfish ass. Just hey.
I'm wearing my special DMC5 pin on my beanie.
Oh, you got the collector's edition too?
Yes, I did.
I did. You got your fucking van, dude.
I did get my van.
It actually looks really sick. It actually looks way better than it did on the promotional art.
I'm keeping the van in the van box until I have somewhere to put the van.
Very good.
Hell yeah.
That's very good.
So Vash, Have you played through Devil May Cry 5 yet?
I'm currently on my Dante Must Die playthrough. I'm on the tail end of my Dante Must Die playthrough.
Oh yeah.
I've seen some of that. I seen some of that shit.
You seen some of it?
Oh
So,
Yeah.
Vash, I would like to hear about your first general impressions on the game after finally playing through it. How you feel about the game's future? Just give me your fucking thoughts, dog.
Okay, so first off, this is the worst 10 out of 10 I have ever played.
Oh.
This is the absolute shittiest 10 out of 10 game I've ever played. I love it from the bottom of my heart, and I wish it were just a little bit better.
All right.
I can't think of many other ways to word it. Like, on a content scale, I think this is easily the best a Devil May Cry game has ever been. In terms of just raw breadth and in terms of the quality of the content, excluding all of maybe 2 demons, there is no bullshit in DMC5. The only demons I can think of that really piss me off are the Hell Judetas and the
Judecas.
It's Judecas?
Yeah.
I need to spend more time in the fucking in the dictionary. I need to spend more time with the Ultimania.
Look, dude, I'm a big
You don't
illiterate heck. All right, but when I saw that shit in the spoilers, I was like, that's Judeca.
Well, but there's the Judeca, and then the Judeca aren't even necessarily a problem on their own. It's just they take for fucking ever to put down on DMD. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that as soon as you get an HKD or you get a knockback on them, basically, you have a very strong chance that they are going to teleport away from you, and the teleport takes so fucking long. And they also have a chance to do just a random side dash where they just sort of float back, and you can't fuck with them the entire time they're doing that. Like, you can try to chase them and just be like, nah, son, I'm moving. You can't touch me. You cannot kill me. I have iframes.
They on that KH3 shit.
I don't know if that's a problem in KH3. Fuck knows. I don't want to see it there either.
A lot of enemies in KH3 just like to run away from you obnoxiously.
There are some enemies that just kind of have this fuck off move. They just like, get back. You can't do anything to me. Like, legitimately, I am in iframes. I am doing something, and you cannot hit me. Or when enemies just like armor up, it's just like, cool. So it's like in Final Fantasy 13 when the fucking behemoths just grow, they start standing up and they have all their health back. I'm glad I get to fight them more. Woo, yay! It's so
well, speaking of behemoths, they're fucking annoying in this game too. Although they're not necessarily the demons that I would think. It's weird because there's something that's sort of clouding my judgment on some of the demons, and that's that some of their attack timings are very off. Or just they feel off.
The behemoth's the one that's like the big sluggy boy that's all chained up, and then he breaks it. Yeah, those are weird. I
don't like those guys.
I don't know. It's one of those cases where, like, if one's in a room, I just kind of ignore it until, like, while I'm working on other shit, because it's so big and lumbering, and it just kind of charges around a bit that it's kind of easy to just let it go fuck off and do its own thing while I'm busy with other stuff. And it doesn't really have much of a negative effect in terms of just being really annoying. I don't know how it is on like DMD, but I don't really. It's one of those things where it's like I don't really get, I don't get the enemy too much.
I don't really get the enemy much either, except that he's supposed to be a real problem for V. But also, like, if I were to say anything about just the game in general, is that systemically some attacks just feel bigger than they should be.
In terms of enemies,
and this goes
in terms
for
of what you do.
Both.
Or both.
I would say easily both. There's some shit
generous
where,
hitboxes.
It's just very generous. And some things like I was noticing this a lot when I was doing some missions with V, where positioning really matters with that character. Because while Nero has a fucking triple jump, plus air taunts, plus calibers, plus gunshots for stalling, and just a million other ways to just say fuck off, I don't want to deal with it. And Dante has all of his shit. V, you really wind up relying more on Griffin, stalling with the swipe, Royal Fork, and a couple of other things just to get you out of momentary situations, but he doesn't have much in the way of stalling that doesn't involve you going back in on a demon.
Right.
Oh, do you actually use Royal Fork to stall?
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely.
I should
Because
do that.
you can apply a little bit of staggering time to certain enemies. So if I'm like crowded up, I like to use that to like get out and then spin that. Especially if I don't necessarily want to call. Like if I'm in a situation where I want to spin a little bit of DT to stun some people around me and just kind of stay up in the air without calling Griffin. If I have him busy doing his own shit, then I like to go for that. Yeah, because it's not like it spins. It only spins like one point of DT. So I think it's really useful. I like Roller Fork a lot. It's super cool.
I'm a little baby devil hunter boy, so obviously I'm not going to be up that high in terms of intentional actions. But the moment I saw Royal Fork, I was like, this is cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Because it's one of the few things that V himself can actually do.
Yeah.
I need to see if there's enemy names. Perfect. So I can actually look and see what's pissing me off in this game. Yeah, the Judecca. And not Riot, actually. I quite like Riots.
Which one was Riot?
Or not Riot. Fury. Fury's the blood red lizards.
Oh, the Speedy Boy? Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, Speedy Boys for fucking run around you.
I think it's so funny that I was commenting about how like, oh, it's like a fun version of fuck, I already forgot the name of it in 4.
Blitz.
Blitz. It's like, oh, it's so cool. It's like a neat, fun version of Blitz. And then I see other comments be like, God, this enemy's so annoying. It's like a worse version of Blitz. I'm like, what do you mean?
Well, the difference is that like people have generally a lot more time to work with Blitz. Like there's already a couple of players who've put in time to look and see how Fury works, to where like, yeah, there's like parry setups and all that shit already. The enemy mostly plays itself.
Yeah.
You know what to do because the parry system is so lenient. But nobody's like, the problem I have with nobodies is sort of the problem that I have with what's their fucking names? Oh fuck, it's the big boys. We were just talking about them. Behemoths. Where just like they have these moves where their whole body is just an active hitbox and they're too fucking big.
They're really big.
And in the case of the nobodies, the only thing that's annoying about them is that sometimes their attack animations just look like normal movement.
That's a good point, actually, because I get kind of in weird situations with them like that, when especially on like higher difficulties when they group up a lot, and I'm not really sure. Like it gets really funky to tell in the moment like what exactly they're doing, and also I'll kind of get hit by certain things that seem really weird.
Like, it's important to note now that like the game is still very early, so people don't have as much time to like learn and memorize these demons. But just with body types and animation styles like this, what looks like random fidgeting or just a demon like idling is supposed to be like, oh hey, I'm gonna lunge at you now.
Yeah.
And when you balance like Dante Must Die does in this game, that could be sort of a problem. I like how Dante Must Die has handled statistical balancing, where you like right now I have I'm missing a few blue orbs. I'm missing a few vitality pips basically. So I'm sitting at about, I want to say 150% health. And in DMD, I'm generally looking at about a 3-hit death in most cases, and that feels right. The only real problem is that there's a real disparity between fighting demons one-on-one versus like, okay, I should clarify. There's a big difference between fighting regular demons and fighting bosses on DMD. Fighting regular demons is some of the most basic bitch autopilot shit I have ever seen outside of fighting a Fury. Because Furies don't have to put up with your ass clown. They can go invulnerable and dash around and put an active hitbox on top of you. So you actually have to sit there and fight them. Everything else, though, the game is so lenient with the way that it's like mobility and air options work that it's very difficult to. You basically have to opt in to putting yourself in danger for the most part. And on a level, that's a good thing, because most of these demons are designed like demons were almost in DMC3, where a lot of them, they're not like, a lot of them are based around like humanoid designs, and they carry weapons, So most of their move sets have to be based around the swing of their attack, like a scythe or like big blades. So it's not like they're able to sprout wings, fly up, and come get you. The problem is that if you're playing as Dante or Nero, and in some like at some point, I'm sure Virgil's going to be like this, where you can just be in the air for as long as you fucking want to. And in Nero's case, even on DMD, oh, definitely on some KH3 shit, but even in the case of Nero, he can snatch demons even though they're in the middle of DT, and they just come to you. Whereas in DMC4, if a demon was in DT, there was a decent chance they'd block your shit, and they'd say, "No, son, I'm not going. You can't take me. I don't want to go." But in Nero's case, I'm taking everything. I'm taking fucking Impusas. I'm taking the lizards. I'm taking the bleeps, sweeps, and creeps.
Even on DMD.
Even on DMD while they're in double trigger.
That's something I was kind of curious about and kind of hopeful that like, I'm seeing this seems pretty lenient. I wonder if on a higher difficulty they'll be more resistant. But if not,
nope. I'll be all the way up here, and I'll have like 1,000,001 air options. I might even have a Gerber equipped. It could be getting grimy. Demons will be down here like, "Oh, dude, I want to play with you." Be like, "All right, come up." Oh, wait, I can't fight up here. Oh, I wonder if he's going to jump cancel on me for like 20 fucking minutes until I die, and he's going to grab more of my homies. And there's another thing that's really weird too, is that as far as Nero's concerned, I don't notice demons flipping out of your grab and hold. Like on DMD, there was a timer where if you held a demon for too long, they'd swipe at you and then flip out. So you had to like grab and reset shit, so you didn't always have a shield. But at least for my play on DMD, no one's attempted to get out of my shit yet. At all. I don't know why. But that's more just a Nero problem. Dante sort of has a similar issue where, first off, the motherfucker doesn't touch the ground if you don't want him to. But it's weird because he has so many mid-air relaunch options that you can just teleport down to a demon and either throw the rose and it'll probably hit and launch them, or you can use Kalina Ann, launch them, and then you can relaunch setup with the rose.
Is that downward shot in Gunslinger?
Yep. And if you break their
sick.
That thing is sick.
It's
but if you
sick.
break their stun with it,
Trickster,
Gunslinger, Royal Guard, and
Swordmaster. Yep.
Yeah.
So if you're in Gunslinger,
Trick sword.
And I was hitting some pretty good trick swords.
I don't know how to do that. I'm a baby. Actually, I
hadn't played Dante in 13 years, and your boy, the first thing he did was launch up an enemy and just start doing sword royal.
I'm gonna be the sickest Virgil player in DNC5, dude. Just
wait for the fucking
character doesn't exist. Shib, what do you mean, dude?
if they ever just they just added him to DMC4 DLC for no
so
reason, dude.
I don't know what I talk about in here, but
like past this point, I think it's fair to say we can delve into a bit more spoiler territory.
Yeah, let's go, baby.
I guess.
Let's go.
So in the 5, 4, 3, 2.
Well, BB's only
1.
played the mission 8.
Okay, so we're not going to touch on anything past mission 8. So, more or less to round out. Well, still, just so you can preserve some of the.
Well, let me just say right now. Okay, I understand, BB. I know you don't care. We won't go too deep into it. I will tell you guys this right now. They already found that Virgil is playable. So
he's got data.
Yeah, he got data. He's got shit.
Dude.
So Bloody Palace. They loaded him in as Nero, like to do mission 1 or whatever the fuck. And I mean, he's got all the shit.
Wait, they already have a playable Virgil? What?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you didn't see the video yet?
I don't think it's complete, but it's all of his boss assets and whatnot.
Yeah. Like they used the boss assets and got it into a playable version of the game.
Let me see.
Does Virgil have the summon swords in DMC4 like he does in Marvel, where they rotate around him and you can just keep juggling people with them?
Yep.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, dude, Shesh just sent me like the best shit here. This is all Shesh's work. I love this tweet. It's so good.
Oh, I love
Oh yeah, I saw this.
Really badass work.
My brilliant
Every
badass
time.
was there every time.
Well, if anybody has the
Every
footage, I would
time.
love to. I'd love to
Oh,
see
I watched it earlier. Let me
It's in
load up my history.
it's in spoiler video games in
that.
the
Oh,
one server.
then boy, I'm going there. But anyway, um, the main thing that's really worth keeping in mind, I think, is just that the changes that they've made to the way the combat engine and all that shit works makes the game way too easy for when fighting normal demons. As soon as you fight a boss, you actually have to play the game and fight, and that's where some of the most enjoyable shit in the game comes out.
Mm.
Man, that's
Because
weird.
then
It reminds me of another game.
I know, dude. I know, dude.
They just don't make action games like they used to.
I really, I'm just disappointed that I was hoping
Whoa,
for a giant.
whoa, 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 whoa! What the fuck do you mean Virgil has inertia? What?
Yeah.
he has 360 range for inertia, doesn't he? From
Yeah.
all
Mhm.
sides.
Yeah.
I wonder if this means they're gonna be intelligent about this and rework the way he fucking.
On a plus note, on a side note, my mail just got here. Your boy got himself another card.
Well, that's cute.
Nice.
Let's go.
Are you working on a collection?
Yep.
All right.
I'm collecting all the nice females in the full art collections. Howdy, ma'am.
So I'm sure a lot of people have been hearing shit about fucking system level changes to the game. Like obviously the one that everybody's heard the most about being inertia. But I'm willing to say that there's a couple of changes to the way gravity and landing functions in the game that are probably a bit more impactful. And then there's the removal of reversals in the full game version as well. I don't fucking know why.
That's weird. That was
yeah,
a weird patch.
That's the kind of shit that's a real head scratcher, if you ask me. But what's the best way I can think to put it is that just when I put all this shit together, all the issues with being able to lose height, land, demon fall speed changing, no turbo mode, all that shit, it just makes the moment to moment combat less immediate and enjoyable than it really should be. What's really carrying 5 for me right now is just the pre-baked shit that they have in the game. They have Devil Sword Dante that lets you fucking summon swords. They have sword formations and shit. There's a bunch of character options that are intended and supposed to be there, but what's lacking, at least at this point, is anything that is a universal system thing that can be learned, understood, and really played around to help flesh out a play style, more or less. And what's really frustrating is that it when I think about it now, and I had this idea when I was on the drive home, because Aceuhh, you were talking about the lifespan of the game. I thought okay, so what if the situations were reversed and DMC 4 released with 5's content? It's the same system, it functions in the same way. There's all these little quirks, there's reversals, gravity, better land canceling, there's inertia, and all this other shit. It just has as much content as 5 has to offer. What then? I think that's probably a candidate for the best game that's ever come out ever. Hands down, where there's there's so much shit, and it all has these exponential layers through the game system that help liven it up a little bit, to where you can play around your own, you can play with your position, you can play with your state, you can individual button presses are more immediate, they have different types of results based on what you've done previously. All that shit, plus the amount of content that 5 has on offer and the quality that it has on offer, fuck me, that's a good game. That's a dummy good game. But if you were to put out DMC 4 with 5's system, by comparison, I don't see that game lasting very long at all.
Hmm.
To the at all, because that game basically survived on 3 missions and bloody palace floors.
Yeah.
Because the only thing that was really redeeming about it was the amount of control and the variety of control you had over your character across a variety of skill levels. And without that, there's no reason to keep playing the game. It would have stopped right there.
Yeah.
Now, in the case of 5, it has shit that's enjoyable, but it needs to be enjoyed despite some of its shortcomings and shit like that. And that's sort of where 5's at right now for me. That's why it's sort of sitting there with the worst 10 out of 10 ever. That's
Okay.
why. That's all.
But I mean,
That's still a 10.
Yeah.
It could just
Hey,
be
at least-
it's a 10. It ain't a really low 7 like KH3.
Yeah,
I'm
you know,
gonna-
and
Yeah, I was
low
gonna say at least you got a 10, dude.
I'm gonna put something out. I'm gonna put something out that may or may not tilt people, but I think there's a much better version of DMC5 already in the game.
Yeah.
I think the game would be the way the enemies are designed. If they were to encourage you to be at the demon's active level
Hmm.
by making it harder to stay in the air, the game would get a fuck of a lot harder, and you'd have to pay much more attention. But it would be fair.
Yeah.
It'd still be fair because everything is reasonably telegraphed. The attacks all make sense for the most part. Nothing's disjointed. Demons are aggressive, but that can be incentive for enjoyment in and of itself, and it can make fights a struggle at a lower level.
Hmm.
Do you
Okay.
see? Because I have a question. Well, actually, BB and I
go ahead.
might be thinking the same thing. This would be really funny if it is. Do you expect that, say a few months after the Blade Palace DLC comes out or whatever, if there's no real report on any other patches or changes anything to the games mechanically, do you think the longevity of the game is going to be a sort of a very, very, very light version of a Project Melee kind of thing, where essentially you take those various aspects, try to import them into the engine, add things try to change gravity differently, try to add inertia or whatever, modify the game to where that modded version becomes the sort of the community standard for what is preferred?
I can't speak for other players, but speaking just for myself,
Yeah.
If they had a version of the game that had some of those game elements and made small tweaks on paper, I wouldn't even think twice about dropping the base version of the game.
Yeah.
I would never look back about vanilla. And I can think of a lot of older players who would be like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm willing to bet Chaser'd be on that train, DK would be on that train, Dark Harmonizer. I'm willing to bet a few Japanese players would join me there. It's the only people who I could see potentially being a little iffy on it would be people who started with 5.
Right.
Because if you introduce some of...
Yeah, well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that if
I started with 5 and I'd be on your I'd be with it because it just makes more sense.
The thing that's really important to note is that I don't have a problem with the way the game plays or the speed of the game now as a form of the game, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If they introduced a patch or a change that allowed for turbo mode, for instance, but it came in as an option, I would be very appreciative of that, because I've heard testimony from players either with some type of physical disability or people with hand pain like DK, Dark Harmonizer, and a couple of others who've been like, yeah, I prefer playing the game at this speed. And that's great. That's great for people who are playing at that speed. And I also think that the way the game's physics play out is a much better version of an easy automatic mode than what you would get by just playing the game on automatic.
That's a really fair statement. Yeah.
Yeah, because just the slower the game runs and the longer you have to react to situations and make decisions accordingly, I think something needs to be understood about what players are faced with when they're first getting into Devil May Cry. They have to fight the controls a fucking lot. And I can't think of any other way. it's when you get to understand it, it's like the controller's not even there. But when you're just getting into it, it's like, holy shit, how do I comfortably move between my locked on move set and my not locked on move set? Like, it's very basic shit like that that can hold somebody up. So if you make it so that when a demon enters the air, they stay there for 3 fucking years, and you have all this time to be like, hey, now I'm gonna respond and, you know, physically take the time to move my index finger off of lock on, start doing shit either with the breakers or other things. Like, yeah, that's good for people getting into the game. Not an issue at all. However, as somebody who's been playing the games for years, when I play, I'm generally sleeping through and getting away with murder in a majority of these encounters.
Yeah.
And while it's fun in sort of like a silly way, in the same way that it's enjoyable to basically turn on God mode and just fuck with shit, it also gets old after a while. And what winds up missing are like the little victories. Hold on, I need to let my cat out.
Wait, what the fuck? Bitch.
You mean like how I have to play versus the CPU on Infinite now because I can't find matches anymore?
Pretty much.
You found matches
No, you
in the
can't.
first place?
Yeah, back
Well, I
in the
mean, you
day.
know, some like 5 people owned the game at one point. Steam refunds sort of sheared it down a little bit, but you know.
Like last night, I literally just searched for a match, any country, any connection, nothing.
But the best way I can think to put it is like when it's a fight, not necessarily a fight, but when it's more demanding to get the little shit like individual JCs or like position setups and all that shit, when you actually start landing it and start landing it comfortably, it feels really fucking good because you know, like, first off, you know how much time it took you to reach that point, but also you know that there was so much margin for error, but you still got it out correctly. And when I play, especially with Nero, when I play 5, this shit is so just like towards the back half of the DMD playthrough with Nero, they were just spawning waves of demons, and I wasn't even thinking twice about what I was walking into. Not at all. Whereas by comparison, V, entering a DMD fight with V is like, okay, what's the mix? Like, what am I actually about to fight here? Because I actually have to think and engage to play V, because I can't just brute force it. I was talking about this a little bit on stream last night, and there's a thing that some, like, especially action games have, where you can ignore a lot of the intelligent decisions or like the intended way to play a fight if you just execute properly and your defensive and offensive options are good enough to where it's entirely skill dependent. It may be harder and you may have to fight it longer, but if you're on point and your endurance is on point, you're mentally keeping like check on what you need to keep tabs on, then you can beat anything with like no knowledge essentially. And what's frustrating about 5 is that the only times I actually have to sit down and learn something are boss fights and furies, because those are the only things that, and most fights with V, because those are the only times when I have to seriously sit down and I can't rely on my movement options to solve all my problems for me.
All right. So my question wasn't the same as Dax's. I mean,
I thought we had a mind link going on.
no, we didn't.
That's all right.
But what is it? So, I mean, pretty much what you've kind of been going on, where you can kind of get away with whatever you want to simply because Nero and Dante's movement options allow them to just basically hover above everybody, and nobody can really challenge you when you're in the air, and you can just kind of, you can control the engagement however which way you want to, and it's basically just like, it's the easiest shit in the world for anybody who's like experienced with the game. It's the easiest shit in the world to just like, demons just don't even pose a challenge basically.
Yeah.
So like, do you feel if the game wasn't, I'm going to use the term floaty here, if the game didn't allow you to do that and actually kind of like force you on the ground, in some way, shape, or form, or at least forced it in a way to where you actually have to engage these guys on a more level plane, do you think the game would be like more difficult?
I absolutely do. The only reason that I say that, like, I'm looking at a clip right now, and I'm going to go ahead and post it in the chat, where this is, like, quite literally what winds up happening in this clip is that within, like, this is only on day 2, and I've already gotten to the point to where, without really trying all that hard, I'm able to raise a demon so high up into
Yeah,
the air
I
that
saw
he
this.
leaves the combat zone and despawns the fight.
Mhm.
I wish that was fake as fuck. But when I, like, the thing is that this is sort of a future that awaits every Devil May Cry game, I feel.
Mhm.
But like there's an end state in even in DMC3 where you can stay in the air realistically for as long as you want to in most cases, provided you have the correct build and you play it properly. The thing is, though, is that the amount of difficulty that goes into that it's like the difference between day 2 you're able to do this shit and 4 years from now you can be able to do this shit.
Mhm.
Like the way DMC3 and 4 handled physics, gravity, and all that shit, and the way it handled enemy AI, or enemy move sets, I should say, made it so that if you wanted to stay in the air at length, you needed to be really fucking good. You needed to have solid execution, good reactions, and game sense. You needed to be able to clear. You need to have like such a degree of capability to where you were able to autopilot your offense while waiting to engage in defense. Like there was a lot of mental splitting and it was demanding. And then what that demand does is it puts off the feeling of like you can't fuck with me by a long time. And it's not necessarily an honor, but it's a reality that awaits a very minor portion of the player base. Like the fact that I'm able to do this kind of shit and I'm noticing these issues is a real problem.
Mm.
And it just, if only because, like, if I wanted to do some of the shit that happens, or if I wanted to reach some of the height that I get in this game, in DMC4, for comparison, it would have taken me up until now, pretty much from when I started playing back in 2015, to be able to do that kind of shit consistently in fights. Now in 5, like I said, it's day 2, and I'm sleepwalking through a majority of the fights. And I understand that there's like just because I have this prior experience, I'm starting off sort of on a I get sort of a head start for some of this shit.
Well, fuck yeah,
But
you do. You kidding me?
well, even still, it's like there's a discrepancy where there's a portion of the player base that are miles better than I ever was at DMC4, just factually, and there's another portion of the player base that, because JCs are so easy and accessible, the like skill buffer for a dedicated player before they reach this state where they're able to nullify any and all challenge from normal fights is only going to keep players at bay for another like maybe week and a half if they keep training, because like the knowledge of JCs is just out there now. And with the Void, there's nothing keeping people from practicing JCs until they get it down.
Mm.
And once they have that shit, the wider JC hitboxes, motherfucker, please. You're hitting that shit all day if you go for it. The only time you're hitting it is if you really fuck up a timing and it's for like a move like Cavalier's Air Stinger,
Yeah.
where you're moving so fast anyway that there's a possibility where you're just going to fall out of range of something. That's it. Everything else, if you go for it, I'm willing to bet you're going to get it. And since this shit resets your gravity entirely, it's like, okay, if you go for it and you get it, then you just completely reset your buffer before you have to hit that timing again. You know, and all that's perfectly fine. I want to reemphasize, all that's totally okay. I think it's a very good way to help people start to understand the options that they have while letting them still get comfortable with the controls and with the overall game flow. The only problem is that people who come in with that understanding have nothing really to move them on to a next step.
Mm.
And that's what I was sort of hoping for out of 5, and that's what I don't have right now, is some type of physics adjustment or hardcore mode that introduces ways for me to hang myself. Because like it's perfectly reasonable to say that if I overextend on a situation and I start to lose height and I can't JC properly, then it's perfectly reasonable that with the way enemy AI is tailored, as soon as I enter something's attack range, they're going to try to swing at me. And right now, if I don't know the royal blocker release timing, I'm going to get hit. But that's a situation where if I get punished because of my lack of game, like the best way I can think to put it is that with everything the way it is that my lack of game knowledge doesn't really have the opportunity to fuck me right now.
Mm-hmm.
To the point to where I have been able to go from like maybe let's say 80 hours and no more than that, maybe like 100 hours across the 2 DMC5 demos total. And then basically a straight shot of Devil Hunter, Son of Sparta, and now midway through DMD. That's not that much playtime with the game. So I don't know how to play defensively around everything that the game has to offer. I don't know all the royal blocker release timings, and I sure as fuck don't have solid responses for that shit with Nero. Like, my only response is to breakaway or hope Devil Trigger catches something. Everything else, no. But demons don't get the opportunity to cleave off like 70% of my health because I don't have to engage them.
Yeah.
And that shit sucks. I mean, like, when I think about what's cool about 3 and 4, at least while playing Dante and Nero, I'll say, it's that you can keep demons in a combo state while letting your defensive options respond to what other demons are doing around you. Especially with Dante, that's cool. Because if you're fighting like a Frost, if you're fighting like 2 Frosts or 2 Mephistos, you can be working on one and his homie will try to fuck you. And if you're not good enough, the homie will fuck you. But if you're good enough, then suddenly like a Frost like projectile attack turns into a royal release opportunity. Or if a Mephisto tries to swipe on you, motherfucker, I'm royal releasing that. Or as Nero, I'm grabbing the demon and I'm using it as a shield against his homie. And that shit was cool. It was a nice way to mix up freestyle play because it gave you shit to respond to and incorporate and make individual combat moments unique in a way that like void combos just aren't. Now, though, you really don't get that as much.
Yeah. I mean, I noticed it a lot because it in a lot of the fun, almost in a, I don't want to say novelty because I don't want to discredit anything, but like so much of the fun that I've had, especially playing like Nero, for example, is taking the, you know, the basic knowledge that I've gained from my limited time with 4, just basic aspects of his play, and then applying it and being able to, yeah, and like I would immediately notice, even with the demo, I was like, yeah, or like once we had JCs and everything in that last demo, I was like, yeah, that shit's a lot easier from before. And a lot of the time, my experience so far has been more focused on just experimenting with the new things that I have, breakers, DT, all that kind of shit, and I've noticed more and more playing, and you know, even more so now that I think about it, as you were talking about how much like I don't really pay attention to who I'm fighting, as opposed to like what I'm doing. And so every engagement becomes, okay, well, I'm going to try this thing with my breaker instead of like, oh, how am I going to deal with this enemy? Because a lot of the time I don't really have to worry about much of it at all. And
thank you for reminding me, Dax. Complete your thought.
So there's been a lot of situations where I would just be in the air for a while, and it's like, and not even just in terms of not even just in terms of like extra challenge or seeing what the demon does, but it's like I wish I was falling faster because I don't want to have to, like, my main air to ground, if I just want to get back down really quick, to be my fucking helm splitter. Like, I would like to just, I kind of, like, I miss situations where I would do, like, just some basic shit, really low to the ground, helm splitter, JC, gun, into some shit, just low to the ground quick, where I can get back onto the ground and do some stuff. And it makes me think, like it makes me think back to like all those fucking like DMC3 combo videos I'd watch like 5 years ago, and I'm just like, man, I'm in the air a lot, but I don't feel like I've earned it. But I'm still like, I'm having a fucking blast. Like, don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah.
Like, I'm having a
Absolutely.
great fucking time. But my concern more so, and this is, and again, it's mainly for Nero, because like Dante, it's a whole new thing, because I barely played his fucking ass in 4, and my 95% of my experience with him is in 3. So like that's all new to me, and of course V's new as well. But for Nero, even with like the handful, I don't want to say handful, I mean I've put a decent amount of hours for me anyway into 4, just sitting in BP experimenting with things, getting a basic understanding of it. Like even then, immediately I start to get, I feel that creep in the back of my head, just like when am I going to get bored of this too soon?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be a matter of just like, you know, is it going to be fun enough for me to be okay with like, I guess the way I think of it is like I have all these great missions to play through and all these different things to do, but is it gonna run together to the point where, because the enemy variety doesn't really make me think very hard, is it gonna be the equivalent of sitting in Bloody Palace and practicing on a bunch of different fucking scarecrows, but it's just extended over different body types and over the course of different missions and different scenarios in a playthrough? Because like because a lot of it ends up, you know, kind of running together, because again, no matter what encounter I'm doing, unless it's like a Fury or certain boss fights, like you said, I'm really not thinking that hard about what I'm facing. It's more about like, oh, I'm gonna experiment with this, or I'm gonna fuck around with this, or I'm gonna practice this timing or whatever. And like that aspect's fun for me, you know, immediately. But like, yeah, I mean, and I started thinking this more when you were talking about defensive options, because I was like, in terms of like how I would actually deal with certain things that enemies do. Yeah, aside from Furious, I can't really think of a point where I've had to really stop and go like, oh, what is this guy doing? A lot of the time I just see him about the swing, and then I react. And that's why I really like that's why I've had more fun fighting guys that have like shields and armor that you have to break, because even though I'm focusing on I'm still focusing on me. I'm not really focusing as much on the enemy, but it creates a different situation where I have to do something I have to think a little differently, even if I'm just offense. But I like the feeling of being able to just like, you know, cling and parry off someone until I break something or get them to react in a certain way, and then I can work with that. Like I like the scissor guys a lot, because they'll go for that thing and then they go, of course they're in the air, so it reminds me of like the fun I had like doing fucking, you know, trying to stay in the air with JCs and on Foss and that kind of shit. So like they're gonna do that, and then like they reel back and they go for a spin or whatever, and then I move around that. And of course the movement and the everything and the reactions, it's for me it's really easy, but it's just, it provides just a different immediate element of how I do something offensively. And those are some of the few enemies that will kind of get me thinking about that, which is why they stand out in my head a lot. So my whole mindset is really just about character I'm playing right now. And it's different with like Dante, because like again, all that stuff is so new to me, so I'm having a blast just fucking around with that. But even then, like even when I'm playing Dante, I'm not thinking about what I'm fighting. You know, that just doesn't come to mind, because it's too forgiving.
I think, oh yeah, I was thinking about what, like, so I was at work today, and I was wearing obviously the fucking pin, and one of my coworkers is like, "Oh, dude, I got DMC5 over the weekend," and I was like, "Oh, dude, cool. How you liking it?" He's like, "You know, I'm just at the point where I start to play as Dante. He's not actually gotten to the mission yet, but he's at like mission 9, I want to say."
Oh, so where I'm at.
Okay. Yeah. And he was like, "Oh, dude, V's a lot of fun. You know, I get to, you know, the style multiplier I get with him is so sick." I was like, "Oh, dude, that's good that you're liking him." He said, "The one thing I don't understand is it really sucks that I can't just switch my Devil Breaker as Nero. I have to break it."
That's funny.
I will simply say that everybody, without fail, whether it is speedrunners or just people talking casually now, because I don't know this motherfucker all that well. We sparked a conversation by chance, and the one thing he thought to bring up was, "Man, it sucks I can't switch my Devil Breaker outside of breaking it." Now, I understand a lot of people can be retarded at once. Trust me, homie, I know. But at some point, I think it is fair to say that the Devil Breaker system was a bad hill to die on.
And I stress that, and I think, like Vash, especially you, I think you'll agree with me on this. I feel, well, especially at a certain point, I'm gonna say one of the arm. Well, okay, aside from like, I mean, Sweet Spinner is pretty specific. Like one of the Buster arm doesn't fucking matter after a certain point. Obviously, it's actually like I can't understand anything that you do with it after.
So well, okay. After racking my brain, the only thing I can think of is if you would want to have a demon grabbed and then grab another demon.
I guess
that's it.
Well,
that's it.
There are
yeah, it matters,
yeah.
You know, but
I mean, there are situations where I look at okay, like despite having the weird sort of proximity effect to it, I like the fact that Overture can create different situations based on whether you launch them up, you ground bounce them, or you push them forward. I like the fact that Gerber gives you a mobility option that also allows you to carry the enemy with you or knock them down. I love that GP01 gives you that up-down shit. I think that's fucking brilliant.
Oh god, that shit's godlike.
That shit's great.
Don't worry. We're gonna talk about the DLC.
I like that. I like that. Pain Line gives you the ability. Obviously, you have the whole mechanic about like zooming around on the missile and whatnot. Adds all these things. Like there are convenient elements with those specific breakers that let me sort of apply it in and around whatever else I'm doing. That doesn't make me feel like I'm overly not overly limited, but that it doesn't make me feel like this is kind of a weird little one-off thing. A lot of the other ones, though, make it feel like when I'm using Helter Skelter, I'm like, man, I wish I could switch to another breaker, use this for a bit to get some armor, and then switch out of it to a different one to abuse the armor that I just broke. Because other than using Breakage on it, Helter Skelter ain't really fun. Ragtime is not nearly as fun or interesting as I was hoping it would be. Maybe people will find some cool shit with it. I got really bored of it really fast. Fucking Megabuster's cool, but I don't know. I'm not big on it.
The only breaker for me right now lately has been the pasta breaker.
The pasta breaker.
Did you see the video I posted? I did the entire last final boss with pasta breaker.
Watch that.
Only pasta breaker. It's the greatest shit in the world, dude.
But yeah, there are these situations where it's like this seems such like a weird kind of one-off thing that isn't like. Okay, Helter Skelter especially, it's like, all right, I started a drill. What can I do? Well, I can do 2 more little drills. Or I can do another drill into a big drill, and I can Breakage it. Okay.
Well, I like Helter Skelter. The only time I started to really like Helter Skelter is after I got Nero's double arm back. Because you can punch during it while the drill's going on. So you can do things with it.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, Verk, is that you can say that Nero would be overpowered if he had switching, but Nero's overpowered.
He's already overpowered. He's already fucking dumb.
He already breaks
on top of what he gets in game. On top after that, I'm like, geez, you got this too? Fucking god, dude, he has everything.
I couldn't begin to tell you why the fuck they gave him flat top as a base form move.
It's crazy.
He just gets a triple jump at all times,
and you can hold it and like move around and shit. I'm like, what do you mean? Well, first I thought it was DT only. I was like, okay, well that's fair. And then I accidentally did it normally. I'm like, whoa, what do you mean? What do you mean you just have this? That's crazy. He's already insane. He's already so insane. So it's like, fuck it. Just go all in, I guess. I don't know. Because again, I'm trying to think of elements like that where it's like you've already made this character so fucking crazy, where it's like just go all in and just let me swap and do some extra cool shit. And again, that's less so just because I just want to feel even more busted, and more so because I want to get better use out of these breakers that I don't like.
Yeah.
That I feel like would be way more interesting in conjunction with different things.
There's so much synergy that's just left on the fucking table across the board.
Yeah.
And it's really frustrating, especially considering that, like, in some cases it feels like the move set of the character just doubles up. Like, obviously the one that everybody's pointing out now is the difference between the regular Buster and the grab arm.
Yeah.
But even more than that, it's like, okay, so why... I'm trying right now to really struggle to find a reason for why we have both Breakaway and Devil Trigger activation.
I mean, Breakaway is it's another explosion that lets you swap. And it's...
And the main function is the the swap.
Yeah, and I mean,
Like,
and it makes sense before you ever know DT's a thing, because it's like, okay, this is the replacement pop up spread, DT activation thing that also swaps the breaker. Okay, well, it works in tandem to being pseudo kind of like what we had before, as well as working mechanically with the breaker system. And it's alright, that makes sense. It's like, well, then it's like, oh, well, fuck off, you got DT now.
yeah.
And then that just kind of highlights even more so how kind of weird the breaker system is in terms of the way you swap and control that. Especially when you have an entire breaker that, or a couple of breakers that play around with the order, that their gimmicks are partly to do with how the breaker system and breaking to get another thing is controlled, with pasta breaker changing the order. And I think Sweet Surrender does something like that too, right? Or I forget.
It doesn't fuck with the order, but it basically just exists to either be a buffer. Like, unless you're using it for the float you get out of its activation, you're literally using it as a buffer to break away through, or you're just using it for its break age to health gain.
Yeah.
Which can still be helpful, but...
Right. Well, mainly pasta breaker then, as far as like manipulate. But that's like interesting that like there's a gimmick based around that to like kind of fuck with that whole thing. Again, after you have your whole kit, it gets really weird. It just feels really weird.
I feel like this is one of those cases where like that Magic the Gathering GDC conference has to hold true, where sometimes, like, yeah, you're right as a designer, but as other points, like sometimes players just agree that an idea is just fucking dumb.
Yeah.
And you just gotta hold that L. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
I understand, but at the same time, it's like, look, the moveset versatility that you've given, as Dax was saying, there's some fucking breakers that just leave so much good synergy on the map, especially in context to this system's limitations.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's cool that you want to make it take fucking 30 years around the world in 80 days for Nero to touch the fucking ground after doing a high time. Great. Good shit. Don't fucking put in a DLC Devil Breaker like Mega Buster that lets me gun rave to lose height and then prevent me from doing something cool with the height I've lost. It's like I was saying, like if you let me have the opportunity to either cross under with a caliber or like cross under with Helter Skelter's move, but only if I'm sufficiently under the demon, which means they have to stay in place, then motherfucker, just let me use Mega Buster to lose the height.
Mm-hmm.
And then let me switch over to shit that I can use to like make use of the fact that I just lost that height. Like in this instance, and oh fuck me, talk about the fucking DLC breakers. Anybody who says these things aren't fucking overpowered is high as fuck. Like, let's just leave GP01 on the deck for a second. Like, let's remove the fact that Mega Buster lets you lose height on its own. Like, Pasta Breaker is actually useful. Sweet Surrender, it's gonna take some time, but I'll find a fucking use for it. Regardless, these, like, especially fucking GP01, these are just options that players should have. Like, let alone the fact that they're overpowered, they're just enjoyable to use. And Cavalier R, that fucking Air Stinger, are you kidding me?
The Air Stinger is absolutely a must. I swapped that bitch immediately.
The Air Stinger is so fucking OD. It's so enjoyable. I do, like... So they're full of shit on that as far as I'm concerned. They are absolutely full of shit on that account. It's just, fuck, man. I don't, like... That's the one thing where if there were to ever be a special edition for 5, it'd be like, hey... fucking breaker swapping. We introduced these limitations. You can only carry 4. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Or like, hey, you know, we introduced this, but you can't fucking like you can still break easily. Like, I don't even know. There's just so many things that I think I would have done instead of like giving Nero access to the burst DT again on top of the breakaway.
Do you think it's sorry to interrupt you. Do you think it's like a story related thing?
Oh, absolutely. Well, okay.
Where they kind of set it up this way, and they're just like, well, we just can't go back. Like this is just how they've always envisioned it, especially from like a story perspective.
I won't spoil why, but the way they make it seem is that I don't understand why Nero couldn't have simply absorbed or taken in the parts that make up the devil, because the devil breakers themselves are born from the parts of bosses,
Yeah.
essentially, excluding Overture and Gerbera. I want to say everything else you get after you beat a boss. And like Nico gets this shit and she's like, "Oh my god, this is that good shit." And then she comes back with the "Here you go, Sonny D, I got the good shit for you." She's chucking the webcam all over the place, and you're like, "Oh, dude, this is sick, nice." Nero finally has progression. But no, everything else, like Nero could have just been like, "Hey, son, give me that, I want it." And like, I never understood why he couldn't have just swapped them out anyway, even if you wanted to make it like a small animation. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Regardless,
you do swaps with Dante, and like you go to fucking Balrog, and the things are just here. You know, it's just instant. Like they don't. It's video gamey as fuck. They don't care. It's not that's not a big deal. For all their talk about like making all these realistic animations and whatnot, they want you to be able to freely weapon swap. So that shit, it just it just appears on him. So I don't see why you wouldn't be able to just swap your fucking arm and just boop, just change it.
Realistically, I 100% agree with you, Dax. But at the same time, I feel like there might be some people working on this thing that with sticks up their ass where they're just like, no, it has to be this way. When we started this, I envisioned it this way, and it has to be this way.
Well, I mean, again, I don't think it's tied to a visual thing still. I think it's like you said, I think it's tied to like they committed to this mechanic and they want to keep it. They've been very adamant about that from the get-go, and that's why it's in the final game. So.
What I think is weird though is that almost every time Matt Walker interviews, he has to explain why certain things are the way they are. And it almost consistently comes down to, well, we thought by limiting your options, we would give you more options. Or, we just set out with a vision. It's not any of the older games. It's DMC5, so fuck you.
Well, it's hard when it's like, okay, yeah, you can limit yourself to force you to play a certain way, but you can also stay in the air for however the fuck long you want after an hour of learning the game. So it's like there's a weird disjointedness there, where it's like you give me all this extra shit, and I get to a point where it's like, okay, I can just do whatever the fuck I want. Well, I want to capitalize at 100%. Well, we're going to limit the way you use breakers.
It's very weird that they give you. It's weird that they give you something like a regular full custom with Dante, where it's literally a like new game plus unlock that lets you equip all guns and all swords at the same time, or let you go into a mission with no guns and no swords. Because they knew players would want to do shit like Royal Guard only runs, or they knew they would want to use Devil Sword Dante and Rebellion and Cavalier R. Like just shit, they had the foresight to see that kind of shit, but they couldn't tell that from the first play tests of the game, and certainly everything after the demo, that shit like breakaway masking and JCing out a breakaway are meant to basically work around the limitations that the system puts on workflow. It's just it's right there in front of you. Players are fighting this system because it's interfering with their creativity. And it's not something that they're able to opt out of outside of with mods. And that's really what I think it's going to come down to, is that there's going to be a fucking version of the game where it's like, hey, dude, we just gave you breaker swapping. Have fun. Like, Capcom could have done this, but, console players got to suffer. Yeehaw. No turbo mode, suck dick.
It's this sort of narrative that I've heard with, like, a million times over, where it's just like, I mean, for sure, this game is like, it's a fucking 10 out of 10. Like, this shit, like, knocks it out of the park. But at the same time, there is a level of not understanding why people fell in love with a game like DMC 3 or 4 back in the day, like misunderstanding your own products and being like, oh well, and then trying to interfere too much with it. Like, we don't want to be like this game, so we're gonna, like, we're gonna take some shit away from you, but it's gonna make it different, and that difference will create all this new shit that you can do. And it's just like,
we love the command deck.
It's just like, no, it's not quite how it works.
Well, no, it's like, and I think one of the main things that they always say about the breaker system is that there's meant to be this strategy element to it. But first off, I don't know how the fuck you're meant to strategize around a linear list of 8 fucking devil breakers. Somebody needs to explain that shit to me, because we need to get Scooby Doo to walk out the fucking mystery machine right
it's
now.
basically,
I don't get it.
It's basically like a playthrough where you have to know exactly when and where you're going to break off your breakers.
It's a thing where it's like, okay, I'm going to this mission, I have these enemies to deal with, and I want to use these breakers in this effective way because this is good against that and that's good against this, and I want to do it this way, except I can be in the air for however long I want, and aside from Fury, I don't really give a fuck about what, like I said earlier, I don't really give a fuck about what I'm fighting. Everything becomes, well, I'm just going to fuck around with this breaker. Okay, I got bored of it. Well, I'm going to break it and I'm going to switch to this. And I'm just going to I'm just getting to the point where I make sure that, like by the time I break them all, it's like, all right, here's a phone. Let me buy some more. And I have fun with it, but there's not a sense of like, other than situations where if a player is thinking on the most like basic level, if they don't have any idea of like how DMC typically looks when it's played, at least in like between like 3 and 4, if they don't really know, if they don't play action games very much, if they don't really try to do very much at all, and they look at the baseline like, okay, I'm fighting this guy with a shield, I have this drill thing that the game says breaks armor, okay, I'm gonna equip that, and then like use that a lot to break the shield. Look, I did it. On that basic of a level, it's like, okay, I guess it works. But like, aside from that,
well, what's funny is that they literally have to drop a helter skelter in front of you before you fight your first Sin Scissor. Then just be like, hey, they even literally say in the tooltip, it's good at breaking guards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a player would, at a basic level, would look at that and be like, oh, break guard. I have a thing that's guarding me. Okay, well, I guess I'll pick that. That's the only kind of thing I can think of to where it's like, okay, yeah, I guess you could strategize around breaking shit. But then everyone else is like, okay, well, I'm just going to JC on it like 8 times until it fucking, busts, and then do some other shit like I do with everything else.
People need to remove the dick from the mouth when they talk about like, oh, well, Nero's supposed to be the casual like tutorial character. Bearing in mind, post game, this motherfucker. Okay, let's talk about some shit real quick. So you mean to tell me that you can independently, off of a single melee button press in Devil Trigger, go melee, instantly roll up to time out one of the Breaker Buster punch arm things, time out a max act out of it, and use that buffer window to get a summon sword out? One button gives you the opportunity to mask 3 separate options. You mean to tell me this motherfucker's for casuals? Are you retarded?
Yo, Ace, you are, dude?
Like, you're using all these fucking control with independent timings, might I add. Because at the very least, you're having to plan around the fucking timing of your max act. Or of your
max act is supposed to be late. The punch arm is supposed to be as early as possible.
As early as possible, otherwise you get the grab. Gunshot, same thing. You have to be fucking stoned if you do not mean to say that we wanted to break people's hands with this fucking character post game. You are a fucking idiot. Like, so what the fuck is the point of being like, oh, well, I guess I can also fucking breakage swap in this too? Like, who fucking cares? Who's honestly that stressed over it? This character's fucking ridiculous. Don't lie to me.
What I'm shocked about is
how ridiculous he is. You just like, well, just why are we limiting him? If he's like, I don't know, ridiculous.
It's not even just about how ridiculous he is. It's also a matter, like I said, it's like half or most of these breakers period would be a lot more enjoyable if you could freely swap because of how limiting they are by themselves. And I want to get more mileage out of what the game has already given me by just adding that basic thing. And we kept talking. I want to say we had like 3 or 4 different casts in the past that we talked about this, where we were not even just hopeful, but expecting that like, oh, probably by end game you're gonna get something that allows you to like freely switch it. Like they would give you that because it just made sense. But instead we got like a bunch of other shit. It's cool, but it's like, damn, we still gotta fucking manually break these bitches. All right.
Yeah, it's just it sticks out. It really does. And like fucking like you wind up using the D-pad anyway, but in the most like simplistic way possible.
Yeah, I just swapped breakaway to it.
Yeah, that's really what I did.
So is this more of just like a man? I kind of wish this was in there, but it's really not that big of a deal, or like
I
something that
mean,
kind of
It's
like
not.
I'm trying to gauge the severity of your comments because like a lot of people do this with me all the time. I'll like go on a tangent for long ass time about gay shit in KH3, and then people will be like, "Wow, this guy thinks it's a fucking 2 out of
Yeah,
10.
it's the worst game you've ever played, and it's like I'm
This is
talking about a
literally the
very.
worst game you've ever played.
Well, because people don't understand when you're talking about a very specific aspect that covers just multiple things in the game that it's like, oh, all of a sudden you
Yeah.
fucking hate it. And it's like I didn't say that. I mean, I don't. I think it's more of a missed opportunity than anything to just give me more options that have more fun with the things they put in. Less so because I want just more, and more so because again, I feel like most of the breakers I get bored of using. And I'm only using right now because of the novelty of the game being new and just experimenting with it. But like down the line, it's only gonna be like fucking 3 or 4 breakers I ever want to have equipped because the other ones just don't do anything for me unique. Especially when I'm just fucking freestyling on shit and not having to worry about a situation where it's like, oh, I want to use this breaker with this enemy because of this and this and this interaction or whatever. Like I don't get where that strategy comment is coming from because they used to always say that all the time. And even me being a lot more casual in this sense than someone like Vash who's been playing for fucking years and years, I just don't see it. And it's like at that point, just give me all of it. Might as well. I'm still having a blast with it. It's still super fun because I still have some great breakers in there that are mad fun to use. I just wish I could just enjoy all of them in a sense by just changing that basic system. It's kind of how it is for me.
Like as far as I go, that's why I call it the worst 10 out of 10 ever.
Yeah.
Like because it's when I lay out the game's problems systemically and in terms of mindset, on paper, they're very small things. But what they wind up doing is they just wind up showing up in these little points where it's like, fuck, I wish you just were a little bit
You're
different.
always thinking about it.
Yeah. It's like, I wish you were just a little bit better.
Yeah.
And then you'd be perfect. It's so fucking frustrating to see how close this game is to flawless.
Mm-hmm.
And like where then the only flaws, if these system level changes were to be implemented, gravity is stronger, turn speeds changed, you return reversals back to their rightful place, you allow jump canceling to transfer inertia, you let air combo moves transfer inertia and shit, you let all this shit back in, right? Then the only problems that you could reasonably have are so minute as to be like, hey, occasionally this move hits in an awkward place and it's hard to royal release it because it just like the hitbox doesn't match up. Like those are the kinds of problems that a game like Nier Automata has, where there's disjointed and like bad timings with the hitboxes. That's the type of shit that's like, yes, while it's a problem, it's unique to itself. It's like a self-contained issue. It's not something that's constantly popping up every time I launch a demon or every time I, have the idea and I have the level of comfort necessary to push myself to the next level. And the system says, nah, son, stay in the fucking ride. Keep hands and arms in the vehicle at all times. You're going to have the exact amount of fun we want you to. It's that kind of shit where it's like, it's not why I love Devil May Cry is decisions like that. I can't think of any other way to put it. Like why I enjoy DMC is not so much for the pre-baked shit. It's for the way that the universal stuff interacts with the pre-baked shit.
Yeah.
Because then it just adds and it gets exponential and it turns into a system where everybody's playing so fucking differently. And it's demanding in its own fucking ways.
Could I use a different analogy?
Hit me with it.
You enjoy DMC more because of the Lego bucket versus the pre-made Star Wars Millennium Falcon.
Pull the naked Jakey in there.
I'm gonna do it because it's so
because
good,
it's
dude.
a great analogy. If y'all in the
so
chat have
good.
not seen his Red Dead Redemption 2 video, it's fantastic. I love the Lego
great.
bucket analogy.
No, it's like because then, and then that's why I stick to like, what if the situations were reversed? If you just gave 4 System 5's content, it's the best fucking game ever made, and people can play it until they die, and they won't get bored of it
until their hands fall off.
Yeah, or if you switch the scenario, then it's like, okay, you know, fucking 4 really has to suck your dick with the little content that it has that's playable, because there's like, what are you going to go into Bloody Palace for? Really? Outside of a handful of combos. That's it.
Yeah.
Like the game doesn't last nearly as fucking long. And I don't get how another like clickbaity thing you could say is that DMC4 is a better accident than 5 was a fully planned out game.
Mm.
Because if you were to take all these concepts as read, that they knew about inertia going into 5, they knew about reversals, they knew about all this minute shit, and they were like, nah, son, that's cool, but y'all are some fuckboys. Check out what fucking Devil Sword Dante can do. And just try to jam this shit down your throat. It's like, yeah, you made something that's cool on its own, but were the sacrifices here really necessary? I don't get, like, and here, once again, this is why all I want is, if there's ever a special edition or a mod, make it a fucking hardcore mode. Because I really like what this stuff can do for new players. I think this is the right direction to take, more so than automatic mode, because it gives players the time to get comfortable and to experiment. And yeah, it's like, you can think of it as kiddie pool, but fuck, when you're ready, there's shit for you to move on to. There's somewhere else for you to go up a level. And once you reach that point, you get rewarded with all of these options, all of this system level shit that applies to every single decision you make.
It's like the old Marvel games, dude. They had simple and the normal mode.
Well, that's like the difference between fucking like manual and automatic mode. I personally, unless you have some type of disability, I don't like automatic mode as your introduction to DMC. I don't think it's good, because it's not representative of what it's like when you have to play manual. I think this does a much better job of easing you into what 5's game flow is about than anything an automatic mode could provide to you. And I also think the fact that like shit like no turbo sucks for me because I don't have severe carpal tunnel. Delusionary Killer, Kiernoth, and Dark Harmonizer have fucking ruined their hands to the point to where high APM is hazardous to them because it hurts the fuck out of them. And right now, even at the speed I was playing last night for the length I was, my right hand hurts. My right wrist is recovering right now. So, like, I totally understand how there is a portion of the population, skilled or otherwise, who benefits from this game speed. But right now, the thing is, I'm currently feeling where I'm ready to move on. I'm ready for the next step, the next thought process. I'm ready to move forward in 5's system, not necessarily in its content knowledge, but on its just raw system. And the system is pushing back, and it's day fucking 3. It's like it's too early to be feeling this shit. And I think it's too early for Capcom to be like, yeah, the game's done. You know, once Bloody Palace update hits, fuck you, bye, it's time for Dragon's Dogma 2. Like, really?
The Marvel Infinite mentality.
It's just, yeah, I don't. It
Game
seems
said,
really,
by the way, everyone have fun. Thanks
like,
for the tournament.
the only problem that I have with that mentality is like, you have to get lucky almost with the state your game ships in. Because what winds up happening is that DMC4 didn't have to get the amount of support that it got post-launch. It arguably didn't deserve it, depending on who you ask. But because the system allowed for so much freedom, and it was demanding in a way that kept people coming back, it gave a game with less than, okay, half a game's worth of content and less than a quarter's worth of fun content. Fucking, what are we coming up on? 12 years now of just continuous play and game development, to where people were coming into the game like a few months ago. Like, where's that same like attention and care put into 5? It feels like, honestly, this game on some level was not extensively play tested. Which, while I can understand that in the case of DMC4, I do not understand it for 5 at all. I don't know how the fuck you launch a game with this type of like systemic balance issue around jump cancel when the devs claim to know what's on the up and up. They claim to have acted intelligently and they had 5 years to develop it. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't know. It's left me a lot more fucking divided than it should have been. But yeah, I'll be real. When they say when somebody asks me, did DMC5 exceed my expectations, I have to say no. It's a great fucking game. I really like it a lot. I wish my hands were healthy enough to play it right now. But long term, I'm always going to feel like there's something more that could have very easily been gotten out of this game. Even with as much content as it had. And that's really fucking frustrating because this is probably the last Devil May Cry. You know, the more I think on it, unless some new jabroni comes in and takes Itsuno's spot. Because that motherfucker said he wants to go off and play he wants to go make Rival Schools and Dragon's Dogma. And good on him for doing so. Like, to the best of my knowledge, DMC5 was a favor, I think. Like, he's cool with making it, but he would have much rather been working on other projects, and this is sort of a gateway to those projects. I don't know.
But if that's also the case, if this was just a gateway, I commend him, if that is the case, for making such a good game for what it is.
Hell yeah.
For it being a gateway. I mean, look, KH3 was a gateway to Final Fantasy Versus 13.
Is
And,
that
more
accurate?
KH games too. It's not like KH's ending though. Like they already said, yeah, we're gonna make more games, but Devil May Cry, this is probably it.
Well, you got
While
no
people
more.
may have thought maybe going into KH3 that was the end of it.
Well, you got no more out here going. Yeah, I mean, well, we're probably gonna have a couple games before we get to KH4. Like, all right.
Well, and also in that instance, it's basically like there's no way we're gonna get anything reminiscent of 2 ever again.
No, it's after some of the
again.
comments we saw. Yeah, that's done.
It's done. It's so
they
done.
have lost all touch with that game.
Oh no, that it like
Well,
that,
they lost
like,
a lot of
I'm
the people that
almost
worked on that game.
Yeah, they have
So-
like the current company has no idea why 2 was good or what made it good.
And they're not going to be punished for it either. They're
No.
never going to be punished for it because the current fan base that they have is just eating whatever is falling out of No More's crusty asshole, dude. It's fuck. I mean, it's just how it is. You just kind of come to terms with that. But yeah, I mean, at the very least, it's a good game, and I mean, I feel like I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll be more responsive to this sort of shit than other developers, and maybe that shit gets, looked at a little bit. I don't know.
Well, right now, the thing that's sort of worrying me, like I think I had like a panic attack last night because I was thinking about what I like. The only way I see them making any real changes to the way 5 plays is by the time they release the Bloody Palace update. And that's April. It's fucking mid-March. So if anybody is going to seriously raise concerns on this shit, it has to be like now. And as of now, the only people who I really see raising concerns on this front are people who aren't really making videos. And like the thing is that these voices have to sort of stand out amongst all of the insanely positive reviews who are just judging it on a content basis.
Are we talking about people like Turbo Button or?
Oh no, I don't know what the fuck Turbo Button's doing. I just know that like, well, the thing is that everybody who I imagine right now, like, you're not seeing any of these voices from people who play DMC. And I know that's sort of condescending, but it's also just real talk. Like, a lot of the people who are making content right now are like, yeah, man, I sort of play casually. Like, they don't train. They don't work. They don't produce content in the system. They don't work on fights. And I know that sucks, but it's like these are concerns from people who do that. And you know, if any real change or headway wants to be made on this front, then like content like that has to stand out amongst everybody else who's like, yeah, this is the best game ever fucking made.
I mean, I guess that means that you're just you and all the other trainers are just elitists, dude. You just want another DMC4.
Well, I
don't know what
saw
to tell ya.
Lars being like, this is like the whole Smash versus other shit. And the only thing I can think to say is that just like, okay, let's grant the assumption, because it is an assumption as far as I'm concerned, that inertia, land canceling, and reversals were unintended mechanics that never got caught in bug testing. Just never. Let's just assume that. And they slipped into DMC4. Why does a mistake have to be seen as impure simply by its nature? I have never understood that jump to conclusion, and I still don't now. Where like an intentional bad decision is better than canonizing a good accident.
Mm.
And like it doesn't match the pedigree. The entire time, because people were raising concerns about like obviously shit like inertia, but gravity as well. At least I was back when we first saw Dante footage come out, and he was just hovering in the air for like 20 fucking minutes. And whenever somebody brought it up, there would always be, because there's always people who want to give way more benefit of the doubt than should, you know, be reasonable, where they're like, well, hang on, you know, this is Capcom we're talking about. These are the people who, like, you know, they had fucking combos as a bug in Onimusha, and they made it into a full-blown mechanic in Devil May Cry 1. These are the people who had fucking combos as a mistake in Street Fighter, and then they made that shit legit in Street Fighter 2. It's like, yeah, but that was an older time. That was also way back in the hood by different people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just because it's Capcom doesn't mean that they're gonna honor every
Yeah.
individual thing.
And other
And-
devs do that to a certain degree. You got the people, I want to say, when I watched that no clip doc on Warframe, or either that or it was a different situation. I want to say there was something that involved like some crazy movement shit that you could do, some super cool stuff that was like universal, and people loved it. And they either talked with the community about patching out because they're very vocal with the community, or they just patched out entirely.
Yeah.
And then the community was like, "Whoa, we liked it," and they kind of got in touch with them, and they ended up putting it back in. And I think they may have like changed around or limited certain aspects of it, but it became like a mainstay mechanic in the game.
Yeah.
To something to that degree, and I've seen a lot of their games like do that too. And it's odd when the ability to communicate with a player base, no matter how big or small, to kind of observe elements of your game, like certain mistakes or certain things that get by, and say whether or not, well, you know, it doesn't really interfere with anything, it doesn't really cause anything to be super game breaking, and people really like it, you know, can we keep it? And
Yeah.
you know, that's so much YouTube that you can do now, and instead of just getting feedback from some arcades back in fucking, you know, 1993. So
Yeah.
you know, it's weird with how much access, and especially with how open, like how many little interviews and like, you know, your E3 and your Comic Cons and all that kind of shit, how many appearances they've had, how many panels or whatever that you've had with Walker and all these different people. And it still feels like there's kind of a weird, fairly unnecessary disconnect with when it comes to elements of the game that become very prominent and don't actually, they don't take away anything that very strictly like lower level casual player would notice. They don't, like, having a much higher sense of gravity isn't going to really change that much in the brain of another player. Aside from like, oh, I have to, okay, well, I'm staying closer to this demon a little more often. I gotta be more careful, which I find to be a plus. So, you know, I don't see what a lot of that, like, just taking away a lot of these little things really do to the overall game, other than, like Walker said on that stream, make it not DMC4 and make it DMC5 instead, because then it just sounds like a weird arbitrary answer.
Well, when they specifically finally had to address the topic of inertia, it's funny because the explanation that they gave and agreed upon for the way the system functions in DMC4 is wrong.
Mm.
Where they, like, the way that they described it and reacted to it, it was just factually incorrect. It's not the way that the system works at all in the game.
Also, real quick,
And
your mic did start. Well, keep talking. Actually, your mic was cracking for a
we
bit, but it was
We good?
it was very briefly in and out before, but now I think it's lasting a little longer. We can try switching servers.
okay.
Up to you.
Shit, what was that on about? No, well, in either case, it's like they really gives the impression
There we
that
go.
they don't. It gives the impression that they don't even know what they're rejecting before they just go about cutting shit.
Mm.
And it's worrying because it's like I can't quantify how many people picked up Devil May Cry because of like this sort of like legacy player base, however you want to call it. I'll only speak for me and say that the reason I picked up DMC4 back in 2015 was because of style videos that were released and popular at the time. I can't speak for how many other people like decide to pick up the game or even stick with the game afterwards because of that kind of content. And in the end, what wound up happening is that I don't want to say that there wouldn't be enough cause for DMC5 if there wasn't a dedicated player base for 4 to keep it alive in the interim, but I don't know. I have to imagine that on some level that is probably the case, to where and I think it's important to point this out. The type of shit that people are saying, yeah, it's okay that it's gone, like inertia. I don't really care about inertia. Like is something that I hear all the fucking time. And they usually be like, yeah, but I wish it was still in anyway. It's like you don't care about inertia, but it's minute details like that that are the entire reason why people stuck with 4 long enough to get good at it to begin with.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can think of. Like, with me at least, I wouldn't have fucking 1,600 hours in that fucking game if I didn't find every single button press to be enjoyable on some level. Fuck no, I wouldn't do that shit. Are you kidding me? I would have left a minute ago. But you gave me very fun gameplay and I stuck with it. And I think that's the case for a lot of people. And naturally, the more you play something, the more you experiment with it, the better and more creative you can be with it. I can't think of it like we're quite literally what people are talking about here is something that is, in my mind, only an exponential positive. Only an exponential positive.
Mm.
And it's just missing, and now people are entering like a bargaining phase, and it's really fucking whack. So,
Where have I heard this timeline before?
well, it's really fucking frustrating because there's, well, it's like we were talking about a couple casts ago. If these were competitive multiplayer games that were taken seriously, these complaints would more than likely be heard and they would be taken seriously, because the lifespan of a game in that context suddenly means a fuck of a lot more when you attach the word esports to it. I don't fucking know why, or FGC for that matter. Don't fucking know why. Also, is a little doggy. There's a widow doggy.
He's fucking old man now, dude.
Oh.
Is a big floofer.
Oh.
You know, it's just, it's weird.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing where like people who've been with the series for so long and have gotten to this level of play are the only sort of people that are actually going to notice this difference. And when everybody else is just so obviously praising the game and just being, when 99% of the fan base is just like, this is the best game ever made, what incentive do they have to make any changes like this? They're just like, yeah, but like everybody else loves it, so who fucking cares?
Well, again, it feels arbitrary to change it because I don't know what it's supposed to do. Like, I don't understand what it's like. Well, yeah, I mean, those things are gone, but don't worry, you're gonna find so much more stuff. Like,
That kind of shit sends my blood
yeah.
pressure
Okay,
into-
Balrog is a new weapon that has plenty of cool new baked in shit. But what do I have to do? We're not talking about baked in stuff that the different weapons or abilities cater to. We're talking about things on a systemic level that we're thinking about in context to your entire kit, the entire way you play, in the same frame of mind as something like higher gravity, something like inertia, reversals. What are you doing to counter that? If you say you're going to find more shit, then is this going to be a fucking Seth Killian situation where we have that interview like a month before Vanilla Marvel 3 comes out, or no, like a month after Vanilla Marvel 3 comes out, where he's like, man, you know, people haven't found the real Shuma tech yet, and according to him, no one ever found it at Vanilla, and it was gone by Ultimate because they took it out because the people at Capcom knew it was so crazy, they took it out, and players never found it. Is it on that kind of level, Walker, where there's just some secret bullshit that you know about that we don't, or were you just talking out your ass? Because it feels a lot more like the latter, that you didn't have an answer for it, which is kind of frustrating. Like it feels like a super just stupid. Apparently, that's what Killian said.
Was the Shuma Tech the friends we made along the way?
Maybe it was the Final Fantasy 13 we made along the way. But I don't know, like that kind of shit is so weird to me. It's not even just like the whole, well, it's DMC5, not DMC4, but it's like you're gonna find more shit. What?
It's like, but
what?
Like what? Like what is there? Do I have to enter the Konami code 3 times at that menu to get the fucking
like,
to unlock the list of new shit? It's like, oh whoa, dude, they got inertia 2.0 or some bullshit. You hold down this button and then jack off 3 times and it activates. What the fuck is it?
The thing that's really weird is that, like, when I say exponential, like it makes things exponentially better. If you have like a system like reversals come back in, suddenly all this cool shit that you've made that's like new that you can find gains all these new layers of application overnight with one fucking decision.
Yeah.
It's just like that's the problem with talking about system level changes in context to content level supplementation. That's because like the content level shit, yeah, you can apply it in multitudinous ways, but every single one of those multitudinous ways gets even more opportunity to be different depending on how you interact with the system level shit. Like somebody needs to explain, like, I need an actual list. I need an actual list of what the fuck they intended to supplement this shit with. Because the change made to enemy step jumps ain't doing it for me, Chief. They said there's like, oh, well, you know, since you can control your jump arc more out of enemy step, that's sort of like inertia. No, motherfucker, it ain't. What are you talking about? That's something.
What's the point of making it sorta when there was just a more comfortable version?
Why not?
Like it's not. It's
why not
not
just go one way or the other? Why not just like completely cut out inertia, or just like give people inertia just like altogether? Like
it's weird.
Oh,
like,
you can kind of do it. It's like, no,
I mean,
that's not what we want.
either just say that we wanted certain moves and certain properties to have baked in inertia and for you to require on that as opposed to just doing it more freely, or I don't know what the other thing would be.
Only Virgil gets inertia.
Virgil gets inertia. I don't know.
Because he's the best.
I was watching the VOD of Vash's stream, and right when Virgil popped up, I love how Shib go, did I just come to the best boy?
Literally opened the stream and just saw that shit.
Spoil your damn self.
It's a good ass moment. I hope that character's fun as fuck.
He will be in Marvel vs. Capcom 4 coming 2020.
It's never happening.
You didn't hear about the conspiracy theory that Captain Marvel and Devil May Cry came out on the same day, dude? Because Marvel is Capcom.
Oh,
okay, now we're fucking banking on some shit.
Oh man, you know that black part of the KH3 logo really means something. It means there's a hole in it, dude. It's on that kind of shit. Come on, what the fuck, people? I hate Twitter.
Oh, fuck. So, what else have we been doing? What else have we been doing throughout the week?
Devil May Cry.
Wait, hold on.
Shib,
any esports shenanigans going on?
Oh yeah, well, you gotta
I need the report.
Shib coming us live.
No, what was the
What
Sports Center? They What
hold on, I'll be
fucking
right
what was
back.
it? I used to have a friend with that used to stay over like every weekend for years. And he would always watch Sports Center. Or I guess it was the ESPN. I don't know. Yeah, hit me with that shit. Esports time with Shib.
We need a Shib's esports.
I need a button.
Fucking-
I need one of those custom buttons where Shib can just slam it when he's ready to talk about esports. All right, gamers, let's get into it. Whatever. This weekend. Yeah, it'll be sick.
Oh man.
All right, Shib, go ahead.
I mean, esports happened this week. The Vancouver Titans are still undefeated in Overwatch League. SKT almost broke Griffin's undefeated streak in LCK League of Legends, but they didn't smite Baron well enough, and then they lost the second game, and then they got thrashed in the third game. And that's
If
how that
only they
goes,
were
dude.
better.
If only the jungler had pressed smite, dude.
Heck. Okay.
Cloud9 played a Team Liquid in the North American LCS to see who's the top dog, and Liquid smashed all their hopes and dreams of everyone thinking Cloud9 is better than them.
Oh. Nice. Okay.
So I didn't watch that many esports this week. I was sleeping a lot.
Even the esports correspondents are going to be having a word about this, dude.
I didn't watch any European LCS this week. NA still looks like a dumpster fire for League of Legends. They look incredibly weaker than everybody else in the world, so now international competition's pretty much a shoo-in for last place at this point.
Has
I
NA
kinda
ever
like
been
to see
considered in
where
league to
goes
be
last
like kind of a top contender?
Yeah, season 2 and season 3.
I'm guessing that was a hot minute ago.
Yeah, it's at
Okay.
season 8 now.
Yeah. Okay.
NA got semifinals at the Worlds last year for the first time in 7 years. And it was because Korea absolutely shit the bed, and all 3 of their teams lost before semifinals. Like, Korea just had the absolute worst read on the meta that they possibly could, and they got trashed by literally everybody.
No.
Yeah, it's season 9 now.
Oh, oops.
But I mean, normally it's like, okay, Europe and North America are kind of close, but even this season, I would say Europe just shits all over North America. Like, NA just looks like a fucking dumpster fire compared to the rest of the world.
Huh.
And then in
Oh, yeah.
Overwatch, it doesn't matter because there's only one league and they steal all the talent, so there is no region.
I think final round is this week.
Yeah, final round's coming up this week.
I know,
This week?
like,
Jeez.
I
Oh,
know,
yeah, it's
like,
March. Fuck me.
like 10 of my top player friends, they just like missed registration because they never announced it outside of Facebook.
Oops.
Yeah,
That sucks.
so this is
That's kind of weird.
you want to win a
Why is it
tournament,
on
this
Twitter?
may be it for you.
The fuck?
They'll still shit the bed internationally, though, Ian. Yeah. Get clowned at a group. I'm excited to see some fighting game stuff. I haven't watched fighting game stuff in a while. It feels like it's been forever since all the seasons
Yeah.
ended. And stuff.
Yeah. Fuck.
And now I think this is the year of Eunice. I think it's on the come up since it got an Evo. I think that we're gonna see a lot more entrants and a lot of tournaments for it.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's always been that game that like everyone I know has played. Like everyone plays it. Like it's just they either don't have a lot of people to play with, or it's like the numbers aren't there. What's the fucking point? It's
sick. I've always liked watching it. It's just that I don't want to wake up at 10 a.m. to watch it most of the time.
Yeah.
But hopefully, if it starts getting like better top 8 slots, like I would love to check that shit out. I can watch pools for that all day. I don't watch fucking Street Fighter pools, so I don't give a fuck about Street Fighter pools. I want to see Marvel. I want to see Eunice pools. I'll watch some Guilty Gear pools. If nothing's on, I'll watch Cross Tag. But yeah, Street Fighter 5 is like at the bottom of my list for watching pools. Like I don't give a fuck about pools for Street Fighter.
What about Dragon Ball Fighters? What's going on in the realm of Dragon Ball?
I have no idea what the meta's
there
looking like, honestly.
there
I haven't
is
paid
a
attention to it,
poor that they haven't said shit about. There's 2 DLC like actually 4 DLC characters they haven't said anything about yet.
Mhm.
And the game is in this state where it's like Winter Brawl happened, Hook won it, but I mean there's no international entrance really besides like
Oh,
one
really?
other player.
Was Fox
So-
there?
I don't think so.
So we're just chilling right now, basically.
Yeah, it's like this is seriously like the big chill time for fucking esports.
Yeah,
Like,
for-
usually
not
until
esports,
final round. Like for
Yeah,
FGC,
for fighting
usually
games.
shit the match and doesn't.
Oh, yeah,
happen until, like,
we hit
March.
that. It starts getting a little bit warmer, and people are like, all right.
Yeah, like December to like March is usually just empty for FGC
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
It's too cold,
final
dude,
round
it's
period is
hibernation
usually when.
time.
a lot
Well,
of
it
stuff
used
starts
to be
kicking off
like
for me.
Evo, and then it's like you ain't got shit for a while.
That's true. That's true. Actually, it's kind of swapped a little bit. Where I think I
Yeah.
feel things are kind of slow until like, because I feel like
Combo
God, you have
breaker.
it's like combo.
I feel like final round has always been like used to always be like in a good spot, but now like with them announcing that they were trying to end last year, now with them coming back, now it's like everyone's just like I don't fucking care. Like a bunch of top players missing entrance for it. Like
final
okay.
round.
Yeah, for final round. So it's like, okay, go next. We'll just fucking wait for combo breaker and
And
now
what's
it's
combo
just like-
breaker going to be in?
April.
April?
I think,
That's what I thought.
Or May.
April.
Because I mean, you got between that and shit, like even like right before you like CEO and stuff. I mean, there's just a good gauntlet of events
Yeah,
going on.
it's really front loaded or mid loaded, I guess. It's like the summer. It's like full of shit.
I know they said either. I can't remember what Via said. Via said they were either going to skip out this year or move the date to like, or just change to a much later, a different date for SCR. I can't remember what it was. I want to say they had to actually ixnay it completely to save money.
Aren't people afraid of to stream it due to some weird media rights for Dragon Ball? No.
That's kind of done with. I think
yeah,
at this
that
point,
kinda
like
got-
that was some weird.
Someone was
some
probably
weird
hit the
thing.
red button because they were like, "Hey, you're gonna
Like,
lose this
no
whole
SEO.
fucking money."
No one even knows like who exactly was putting it. Like people were saying, okay, well it's not Bamco. So now
Everyone's
is it
pointing the
Toei? Okay, well it's
finger.
not Toei. Like, everyone was pointing the fingers at different places, and then it just kind of swept
And then
under the rug.
and it turns out it was Shueisha, and Shueisha was like, "Hey, our bad."
Oh, Shueisha. Okay. Yeah, so
Yeah.
they
We
kind of
don't
pulled
know
that
what we're
back.
doing,
Like
sorry.
as soon as as soon as I saw it announced
Most
for
of the time
Evo.
when most of the time when anime like can't be streamed or can't be shown or they want to cancel something, go talk to Shueisha.
Yeah.
Them's that
Um,
dudes.
Well, it's funny because like as soon as they announced it for Evo, I had an immediate thought. I was like, oh yeah, that thing. Okay, well I guess it's fine.
Yeah.
I guess it wasn't a problem at that point since people were saying, oh, it's not going to get an Evo, and it just completely went out of my mind
It's
until I
still
saw
really
the logo.
weird that wasn't at Evo Japan, but I guess
Evo,
they
yeah,
solved the
Evo Japan and
problem.
also Anime Ascension, but I think there was the only
That
other
was
thing.
that was the reason why they couldn't take it at Evo Japan. There was that issue.
Yeah,
And then
Anime
they were like,
Ascension.
"Hey, our bad."
Really got
Anime
solved
Ascension was the
'cause
same thing, but then after that, it was
Mr. Wizard was not very sold on it after that. So
Mm-mm.
if he's gonna announce it for Evo, then I guess all the problems have been dealt with.
yeah.
Because he sounded like he was ready to say fuck the whole thing.
DOA 6. Yeah, that they shit the bed when it came to JP. So that shit's never gonna be in a fucking tournament ever.
Who DOA? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No. Core values and all that.
The core values of the FGC.
Yeah. Well, so it was a good run. It probably would have been in this year, but that's why Samurai Shodown's in, dude.
I smell like shit. What the fuck? Anyway. Yeah, same show. That's it's gonna be neat, I guess. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't
Never
know.
played any of those games.
They're cool. I just don't know. I have no idea like who's gonna be playing it and sticking with it.
Yeah.
Um,
It seems like a niche
don't-
game, kind of like Soul Calibur.
Yeah. But I mean it's a whole new version. We
I
just don't
think
know
Soul
anything about
Calibur
it. And it's
literally
coming
got
out.
1 year at
Think
Evo
so?
this year. I
Probably.
think, unless they do something.
Oh yeah, at
fucking
Evo
wild.
for sure. I
Unless
thought
it
you
get-
meant like
unless it
in
does really
general,
well
like,
and gets I mean if it does really well and gets like really, really good numbers, a good responses, sure, but even then fucking KOF 13 had that and it still got bopped, so it's
Yep.
just a matter of like, how it can get supported, what people want. So
But I want to see
Marvel 4, I know.
that. I forgot what else I was gonna say because you just made me think of Marvel 4.
Sorry.
Well, fuck it.
It's a
I
game
want to
that
see some Eunice. I want to see a lot of Eunice
Yeah.
this year.
I'm excited about
Yeah. I feel
Bring
like
it
this
to
is
me.
the year of Eunice. Melty
Fall
never
him
made
out of
it,
the
but you know what?
bathroom.
Eunice is
that.
it.
Yeah, I really wish I
They
could
see
have
Eunice
gone.
is
with
the
it.
spiritual successor.
Melty's still in the bathroom. Melty's still at the
Yeah.
laptop in the park plugged into the vending machine, dude.
Yeah, probably. I don't
That's
know.
just
Like
the spirit of Melty.
Vash, what kind of fighting games you trying to see this year, man?
Motherfucking Eunice.
Yeah.
What'd you think? Is it that time? Is it that year?
Oh, absolutely, dude. Fucking Undernight is the fucking fighting game.
Yeah.
Where as
I
long
wanna
as
see
there's
some
no
Carmines,
fucking,
dude.
as long as there's no goddamn fucking Wagner on screen. I'm happy.
Wagner's that character?
It's not that she's a problem. Like, I like watching her, but at the same time, I
She
understand
steps
the
on
grime.
people.
I know the grime, though. I'm looking at it and I'm
Wagner's
just
all with
like,
the
man,
shield,
this
right?
Is
this
it? Are
isn't
you just
right.
upset that she has a better DP than Akatsuki?
Is she the one with the shield and sword?
Yeah.
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 Fuck
Call
her.
her Wiener because I'm 5 years old.
I want to see some Carmines and some Byakuya, dude. That's all I give a fuck.
I saw a
about in that
Byakuya
game.
the other day, dude.
Well, Clear Lamp's been running everything.
Yeah,
with
Clear Lamp.
Byakuya.
Clear Lamp took Climax Tonight as fucking expected. I'm tired of Byakuya. I'm tired of that fucking cow. I like Clear Lamp too. I'm sick of him. I don't want to see this fucking dumb spider ass anymore.
I was like, when we first played, I was like, dude, Byakuya looks sick. I want to play him. Is he good? And everyone's like, no one really plays him. And then the Clear Lamp's like, I'm gonna own everybody, dude. This is for Shipmeister 222, dude. I want
Only
to show him
him.
that this is the best character in the game.
More Waldsteins.
I still don't know who I want to play in that fucking game. Like, I'm honestly, I'm literally about to just give up my life and just play Hilda forever.
Well, here's the
That's cool.
thing. It's cool that they put Samurai Showdown in. Like, it's weird. They have a dead game and a game that's not even alive yet in the fucking lineup again. Where they're like, hey, dog, yeah, we'll give a spot to Soul Calibur 6.
It's a sus lineup this year. For
It's
Evo,
oh,
I'll
it's a
give you that.
very sus lineup.
But the one thing that maybe some companies did pay to have their games in there, but I'll tell you, the French bread ain't got that kind of money, dude. And
Oh,
people
hell
who
no.
are saying that that they paid to have Eunice, then they're delusional.
What? Who the fuck paid that shit?
A lot of people are saying, "Oh, dude, Eunice is only in because French bread paid it." It's like, no.
How? They don't have the money for that shit.
The community has been grinding like crazy for Eunice, and it's been getting more and more popular. It's been getting more and more entrants, and the side tournament at Evo last year was like one of the biggest side tournaments that Evo ever had for Eunice.
Mr. Wizard put out the entrance, and Eunice was like 4th.
Yeah,
Dragon
that
Ball
shit
was the least.
ridiculous.
Like, it's absolutely fucking insane. Like, everyone plays Eunice. That's the thing. Like, everyone plays that fucking.
All I'm gonna say is that I'm hyped to see Tekken 7 back. I
Yup.
can't wait to see Under Night. Dragon Ball. God damn, you don't deserve fucking money. You deserve jail time for this fucking game.
You're just upset that you literally can't wake up DP. Shut up.
I
just
don't
wanna
wake
see
up. I don't
what
even
the
wake up
meta
DP in
is
Under
now.
Night. You can ask Dax. He gets fucking free shit on me all day because I just never do 2-2B. It's just
Like-
not a thing I fucking do with Akatsuki. Like, I should, but I don't. No,
Are they? Did the meta change for Dragon Ball? That's all I want to see. Because I was bored.
no,
out of my
really. Nah,
fucking
not really.
Snap meta
mind
is still-
in Dragon Ball.
That meta
Okay.
is still kind
I
of
was
the
like,
thing.
hey, yeah, Kazunoko's about to fucking knock someone down and call Ghost Oki, and then they're gonna get roasted
Yeah.
for 10
If they don't
minutes.
emergency pass that shit, cause one.
I want to see
Fuck it.
nothing. I want to see nothing but bullshit. Like, I need to see Jiren, Android 17.
You're gonna see a lot. You're gonna see a
You're not
lot.
gonna see
You're
any
gonna see.
17.
You know what you're gonna see? You're gonna see a lot of Adele.
Videl.
I don't want to see that fucking character. She's
Why?
lame.
How's she lame?
Dude, she has like one part of a cool design, and as soon as they put the pigtails on her, I'm like, this character's just fucking boring.
You can.
The
You
great-
don't
the
have to
great
have
s-
the pigtails on. What do you mean?
I know,
The
but people are
default
gonna
is-
do it, and I'm like,
No.
the only reason I want to look at this character, you just opted out of it, and the Great Saiyaman's a fucking dork. I don't know what to tell you.
What do you?
So
Like,
you're
what-
so
Dante's a
down to
dork. Dante's
Look,
a dork.
Yeah, but he's cool. He has a fucking
Yeah, he's a cool
motorcycle. What's
dog.
Fidel have? Fingerless gloves? Fuck out of here.
Dude, so does Dante.
Yeah, but he has a motorcycle. Come on, you're not
Yeah,
rude.
but Dante can do fucking volcano into fucking beehive, dude.
Exactly. I can look at Dante combos all day. I'm just looking at
Okay.
Fidel being like, oh man, here's the mix. She goes
Where-
into the air.
Where
Capcom.
is the mix?
Put Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Dante in Dragon Ball, and then maybe I'll give you some attention, dude.
Just make him his own character.
Yeah, put Mugen that shit. Just put him in there. MVC 3 Dante. New
What else is in
DLC.
the lineup? I don't want to see I don't want to see Street Fighter.
I don't give. I could not fucking care less about Street Fighter 5 anymore, dude. And
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm not alone on that, and that's why Capcom is working behind the scenes on some shit. I would assume right now. 'Cause
I hope
that
to
game fell
God.
off.
I hope to God they come out with like either a like they need to come up with like something because I don't want to watch a fucking NRS game. Blaze Blue Cross Tag is just like so fucking whack.
It doesn't do it for me. I
It doesn't do it for
really
me.
thought I was gonna like cross tag, and it just
It's just missing
couldn't get
something.
into it.
There's still a lot of things fundamentally that I really like about the game that I would explore more, but when I start to see how simple and abusable just
The cross tag issue.
yeah, where you can be so easily and immediately sandwiched between something where if you don't have, the most insane fucking reactions where you see a character swinging and another character doing this, like just coming out with another swing, and they're both about to hit you, and you're blocking this way, but then you hear the shing, the little swap, just right before they touch, and you just get fucked. Like, it's so fundamentally just like, this isn't fun. I've explained that kind of shit, and like I've had like people be like, yeah, but you played Marvel though, you're used to that kind of stuff. No, it's not like that. You had your own degree of bullshit, but it wasn't like that, because I like the idea that it's so freeform and you could do a lot of really cool stuff, but when you're actually you're not it's not fucking, you're not DMC in this shit where you're hitting fucking random demons or whatever. You're in a position where like you're playing another player, and like this, and you're putting each other in these fucking situations. It's not fun because it's such a fundamental thing
It's
that
degeneracy.
it's such a degenerate fucking thing that anyone in any team or whatever can make blatant use of, that I just don't want to deal with on any level. It's not like, okay, my next character is on incoming and I have 0 in front of me with Dante fucking pillar, whatever it was called, I forget. Jam session. You have jam session. He's coming in with the cross up lightning. I have to repair. It's like, well, that's the shitty situation I'm in because of the nature of the team and the fact that I fucking got hit and died.
Yeah, and I got hit. And lost
It's
my
Marvel. Like
character.
I'll that's this team and that's this fight. That's the situation. I got to eat that shit. But at any fucking moment, if I'm in a position where I'm blocking something and their assist or like their other character, whatever, is on the other side of me, and I see the fucking the flex. It's like, I'm gonna have a bad fucking time. And it's just, and you can do it at so many different points. And yeah, it's resource intensive, whatever. Like, bitch, you start out with full meter. Like round 1, people are like, go, like you block something, and like round 1 or fucking not even round 1. It's just fight. Fucking Narukami does car and calls Gordo, and then you see the flex, and it's like, well, bitch, I guess I die. And it's not like it's not brainless in the sense that it's so easy to actually make you, because a lot of the mix-ups are very specific different characters, and you have to, and it requires a really weird sense of timing and changes to like how you kind of go about those things, even in a really lenient tag system. Like it's very different, and that's hard to kind of sit down and learn, but it's such a fundamental thing that affects just the meta and the way the game plays overall that I just absolutely detest it. To where if you took those kind of things out entirely, the game would be so much better for it. Because I really like the foundation of it, to be honest. And that, like, I was enjoying the game a lot until that stuff started coming out, and I was like, this isn't for me anymore.
It's like, you don't have to pick a mix-up character to have your meta just be mix-ups, because that's what the meta of the game is. The meta of the game is cross-tagging mix-ups.
It's
and then you fucking kill them.
it's surprising how like there are elements of MVCI's tag leniency where it's like, okay, there's some real bullshit in there, but a lot of it was more akin to 3 in the sense that like it was specific teams that really started to fuck with that, and a lot of them did it in kind of straightforward ways in the terms of how they lock you down, but they still have to lock you down and then go for mix-ups that are unique to that character. So like people would do, like Sonic Fox would do these crazy like on block tag setups with Dante and Rocket that were really different, that were really, really hard, and like you would watch it and be like, you are the biggest scumbag I've ever seen in my life. But I would only see it with those teams. It would be a unique thing that he had to work on with that team that makes that stand out, and it feels like the work paid off, and that's the game. And yet you look at cross tag, not only is it even grimier, but anyone with any combination of characters can do it, and it overrides what makes those characters unique, which is already difficult to do because everything is not homogenized but simplified into being focused on like the dial combos thing. And and like that's fine, and I started getting used to it very quickly, but there's such a concentration, like if you have anything that makes the base mechanics of the game that every character applies himself to all start to feel really samey, especially in an offensive state. It makes it even more just fucking dull and brain dead than it ever could have been, and it's a shame. And I don't know now, like nowadays, what because I know there have been patches and things that have changed or fixed certain things. I know I think they had another one not too long ago that fixed the fuck out of Gord. They nerfed the fuck out of Gord and all this other stuff, but I don't know system-wide stuff they've done. So for all I know, it could be maybe a lot better. I have no idea. But if that shit's still there, then yeah, miss me with that shit.
Yeah, I'll check it out, like some matches, but I'm not gonna like go play it or actively seek it myself. I'll see what the meta's looking like.
What, Blaze Blue Cross Tag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I just get on there and do some combos. That's
or if they put Byakuya in, I might
it's
go
fun.
back.
It's
check
a
it
good.
out.
It's
if I can play Byakuya Carmine, then all right, you got me.
Cross Tag is a fantastic training mode game.
Oh yeah, I love it. It's fun.
Oh yeah, that shit's fun as fuck.
But I ain't dealing with that whole like playing a person shit. Like what the fuck you mean?
Fucking. But yeah, so I'll check that out. Hound said something earlier. The meta hasn't changed. The damage has just been nerfed for Dragon Ball.
Oh,
so
fuck
that
that.
means you just have to watch Kazunoko mix people for 10 minutes longer than before. So that still sounds boring.
Yeah, it should just drag. It's the same plan. Just things just drag on.
The matches are already so long. What do you mean, dude? Like, I don't know. I was bored out of my mind at Dragon Ball by the time the World Tour came around. I just wanted to see fucking Goichi win that shit, and then he fucking lost the Kaz in Winners Finals, dude. He was so close too, dude. I just wanted the Cinderella story. That would have been fucking tight. But yeah, I'm kind of over Dragon Ball. Like, without some serious gameplay changes, or which they didn't deliver on like they said they were going to. I don't know. Oh yeah, you can getting blocked. You can like kind of burst now, I guess.
Yeah, people are doing that shit, but honestly, it's like you get to spend one time a fucking game.
Yeah, I'll just watch Guilty Gear if I want to see someone burst, dude.
Yeah, I'll just fucking watch a real.
Fucking tighter.
Dude, I'll just fucking watch fucking Under Night, and they can't even do it there, but I still like it.
Bro, did y'all watch the Power Rangers stream?
No,
I watched it after. That game looks tight.
That game is looking pretty sick, dude. It's looking pretty sick.
Yeah, to be honest with you.
Did you watch it, Dex?
I'm not feeling it, man.
Did you? This guy,
you're not feeling it?
I mean,
bro, there's some nasty mix-ups in that shit.
Maybe it's just because I never fucked with Power Rangers as a kid. But
it's a $20 game.
I know.
Yeah, it's only $20.
I know. Maybe I don't know, man. I don't fucks with it. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to see the side tournament for that at Evo because that shit comes out in April, I think. I want to see a side tournament for that. I'm trying to watch some grimy ass tech because it looks like some grime in that game, dude. It has cross tag or active tag as well, dude. Like, I think like you call assist and then make it and then active tag that shit in, dude. Like, and there's fucking instant overheads. There's fucking the White Ranger has like the craziest mix-up games I've seen in a fucking while. Like, this shit looks good. Like for $20, why the fuck not? Like, if it was a $60 game, I'd be like, all right, I don't know about that. But $20, like, fuck it, dude. I'll buy it. I'll spend $20 on that shit and fuck around with it in training mode or whatever.
I love how many games now are just trying to be like, hey man, you guys remember when you liked Marvel?
Yeah, because MVCI fucking kicked the bucket.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
like, hey, Justin Wong, come over here. Clockwork, come over here. We're gonna make a game that's another franchise that people love when they're children, and we're gonna make it like Marvel, and people are gonna buy it.
You know what else seems like something that I want to play is Metal Revolution. I hope they have a booth at Evo.
What is that?
Metal Revolution is like it's this one-on-one. It's not a tag fighter, but it's like everything's a robot. So like they have like a robot samurai and shit like that. Hold on, I'll link it. I don't know if...
like the fucking anti-air shit in Power Rangers was what caught me off guard. It's like that's some shit. Like you have air block and you can block while you're in the air, like most anime fighters and Marvel and shit. But there's certain moves that are anti-airs that you cannot block in the air. You will just get hit if you get anti-aired. And then you can combo, like you can do like it's not like crazy combos. Well, not yet, but you can do like little combos off of them. So it's like that's like a mechanic that you don't see in most hyper fighters, at least.
Yeah.
The only thing that seems whack about Metal Revolution is I don't think they can crouch.
Well, all right, go next.
They can't crowd. Whatever happened to that one game that Riot bought? Didn't Riot buy some
Rising
fighting game?
Thunder? They didn't
Yeah.
do shit with it.
They just took it out. They just got rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just gone. That Riot
They
Games
bought
has
it.
that shit now. And it's never gonna get done.
Oh, apparently Riot's working on an MMO, so that's what they're up to.
Yeah, apparently. But
Why? What the fuck? What aren't they working on, right? Can they work on a fun game?
Maybe they've got a fighting game in the works, dude. Who knows?
I don't know, but they bought it 3 years ago. Almost probably 4 now.
I think Rising Thunder is dead. Maybe they're working on something else. Who knows?
Well, I guess that answers that fucking question.
Rising Thunder.
Rising Thunder was fun as fuck. There was a fun ass ranking system, like a fun ass game. Like I had so much fun playing that. Yeah, the old one.
You'll get caught up in.
It was free to download.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot Grand Blue Versus coming out too.
Oh yeah, they had a stream about that.
I ain't seen shit about that, honestly.
One button supers, whatever, dude.
Yeah, who fucking cares?
It's all about just this month, dude. P5R is coming. Persona 5 Rumble's on the way, dude.
Oh, is that what they're calling it now? Persona 5 Rumble?
That's just what I'm calling it.
Yeah.
If that's what it is, I'd believe it.
I wouldn't be too surprised. I think there's some merit to me randomly making that up one day.
Dude, I'd be totally down for P5R if it's a fucking fighting game. Are you kidding me?
F Champ had a dream about Marvel 4. I can make up the name for P5R. Maybe I'm not as much of a prophet as him, but
who really?
The Holy Prophet?
The latest trailer live.
Grand Blue Versus?
For Grand Blue?
Yeah, dude, single button supers though.
I don't know shit about Grand Blue. If it was Fate, maybe I'd pay more attention because I play Fate, but I don't play Grand Blue. And I want to see ArcSys putting their resources into better anime stuff, like make Jump Force a good game. Make that roster into a 2D fighter.
I need that release date on the on that old Kill la Kill game, thanks. Right now. Because the last arena fighter I played didn't do so well. What's up, Paulie? No, like Jump Force was bad. Like I want to play a fun arena game. Like I always had I had Xenoverse. That shit was fun. For the degree, and then they reset the fucking leaderboards, and I was like, I don't want to play anymore. Fuck this.
They did one of those. What was it? Part of like a big update or something?
Yeah, well, in Xenoverse 1, I only played Videl. And I beat everyone's ass with Videl, and I got top 1K or whatever. Xenoverse 2 came out, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna early rise and grind on this shit. Got top 100 on the battle point leaderboards, and then they reset it a month later, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to play anymore. Fuck this.
Wasn't there mad cheaters or some shit? That's why they reset it.
Yeah. It was dumb as hell.
Can't put games on PC no more, dude. Every time a dev released something on PC, they said, "Man, we can't give you people nothing."
Why y'all gotta go through our shit? Stop! Please.
The Jump Force open source files. Like, don't look at that folder. Why are you in there? Just launch the game through Steam and play.
Stop! What are y'all doing?
Jesus.
What about the rest of the week for y'all? Has it literally just been all DMC, boys?
I'm probably gonna play a good chunk of it. I'm downloading fucking Modern Warfare Remastered, so I might hit you up for
Hell
some
yeah, dude.
fucking S&D, dude. I'll be a scrub. I don't give a
I'm
shit.
down to game, dude.
Gotta learn them rush routes, dude.
I better, dude. I gotta unlock my guns and shit, dude. I'm gonna be starting from
We could play
private rank 1.
We could play old fucking old pro mod videos to hype you up, dude.
Oh, okay, here we go.
But I never got that shit. I was like, why am I gonna unlock a golden gun and then prestige? What the fuck I look like, dude? I'm gonna lose all my shit.
You know,
Why
Shib
everyone got
300 headshots in this bit.
Fuck, what else am I gonna do this week? Play Forbidden Memories like a degen. I gotta work on this video.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right. I've got this video that I wanna edit together. It's gonna be like 3 minutes long, which is perfect. It's all I want it to be. It'll talk about KH3 and stuff like that. And then I feel once that video is out, I feel like I can actually like leave KH3 alone peacefully until
For a while.
In the
DLC,
grave.
until DLC actually hits.
So
Yeah, I
this
can
is
When
just
is that
write in the
DLC coming out,
bin.
by the way?
No one knows.
No one
No,
knows.
Oh, great.
by the end of the year.
He
By the end of the
said
year,
he
that's
said
all they
they
said.
are going to be putting out bits of free content as they get done with it. There's no real set order right now, and critical mode is included
I
in
wonder
that.
what the kind of free content's gonna be. Though,
Well, he said
besides
critical mode. He said there's some story stuff he wants to do to explain shit
that's
that he
gonna be
didn't bother to
free?
get to before. Supposedly,
Was that gonna be like that shitty FF15 thing where they're like, "Hey, go play Chapter 12 again. There's a new cutscene." Like, no, that's
Yeah.
fucking convoluted. As fuck. Like, I don't
he's
wanna
already
go
said
play
like
through a
he
random
wants to.
fucking
Yeah,
game.
that's what it is because he's already said like he wants to expand and add scenes to like especially the graveyard and all that
Oh,
stuff.
Jesus
So you're
fucking
gonna it's gonna be
Christ.
like a bunch of additional shit.
Go
And
play
then
this part
he
again.
has and then he's gonna have
That's-
a big paid like update thing that's gonna add a bunch of stuff, whatever the fuck that is, and that's gonna be released before the end of the year.
Yay!
So
Bro, just tell me when the World Ends With You 2 is coming, and then go next, and then more or less,
That's
go
alright.
do whatever you want.
shit.
I just want to see Neku again, dude. I don't care about Sora and Riku anymore.
Have them first cutscene. They just fucking die. They lose
They
the
lost
game.
the game. Yeah, they fucking suck, dude.
Who the fuck? That's the cutscene. They walk in. Who the fuck were those guys? I don't know. They're fucking trash, dude. They're dead. They're out of here.
They can't do shit without their Keyblades, dude. And you can't bring a Keyblade to Tokyo. Tokyo
They're
ain't
fucking
got
garbage,
Keyblades.
dude. Mhm. Sora's gonna do it in the middle of Tokyo streets where everyone be like, what the? Whoa!
Sugoi!
It's Sugoi!
Suge.
Fuck it.
Yeah, there's a recent rumor hound that got proved false about that, but
What?
I think that was like about a literal leak that was
Oh,
false.
okay.
I don't know if that means that they're not working on the game at all or not, though.
Oh shit.
Because that would be sick still.
I'm still curious what kind of fucking version of FF7 we're gonna see now because we've seen like 3 different versions of gameplay at this point.
Have
I don't
we?
know. Yeah.
I don't think we have seen what the game will be yet.
I mean,
I
we've
think it's
seen
gonna be completely
different
overhauled.
parts of gameplay that look different between each one
Yeah, I
over
think
the course of like
that
a year between
everything
each one.
we've seen is probably all dead now. Like I
Yeah,
think they're gonna
that's what I'm
redo it
saying.
again
I'm curious,
completely.
like what kind of game we're gonna get this time.
All I'm saying is, I would be fine if they just left the turn-based combat because I like turn-based combat,
Yeah,
but
that
they
shit
said they
dead.
don't want to.
Nope.
So if they're at least they're bringing on the guy that made KH2's combat or directed KH2's combat, so maybe he can make something fun out of it.
Yeah, but they're gonna mix the Osaka team in with
No, they
the
stay in quarantine back in Osaka.
FF7 team. No, man, it legitimately feels like Osaka team is actually the plague. Like it's so stupid.
The fucking plague, dude. They're
Like
screwing everything.
in anything action based they touch is just poof, it's just gone. It's just dead. It's so stupid.
They're like, why would you want to be able to do stuff in the game when you can press
What
one
the
button and do
hell?
anything.
just fuck Square Enix, dude.
Why
Like,
use many button do one thing when press one button do many things?
I'm so
Press one
over
button.
them.
I want that on a shirt. Why do thing that require multiple button when you could press one?
You
I
can
don't
press
whatever
one
you just,
button, do many things.
What the fuck you
That's
just
their
said.
fucking motto, dude. They have that on a poster above the door when you walk into their office.
No, their motto is simple and approachable. Is how they fucking worded it.
I wonder if it's just one, like the head of a soccer team, of that whole team. That he's just one dude, and he's just like, no, you may do this. We do this. You press button. So many things happen.
They're like the soccer team's all like, yeah. What if we had like physical combos and like you had a lot of gravity in the game, so you fell.
Oh,
on the
you hear
ground,
the-
but we had some defensive.
No.
The leader's just like, nope, floaty. Everything
We
needs to stay
do-
in the air forever.
We
Magic
do fire.
Keyblades. Yeah, fire looks
Keyblade
prettier
do-
than his Keyblade.
All it is, flashy wand.
Nah, we just talking about Osaka team. That's all we doing.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. Square is gonna have to earn, like, when Capcom was like on their shit list, just like making just horrible game after horrible game, just doing dumb shit. Like that's where Square Enix is for me right now. Like they're gonna have to like really step it up before I do anything before I say anything nice about them, because they're on my shit list right now. Like it's over. Me and Square,
apparently
we're done.
all their games, like apparently that Left Alive game ain't doing too hot either. That they just
Oh
released.
god, I had not kept up with that shit at all, but I've had enough boys in Discord showing me shit from that game. Holy fuck.
It's like already 75% off, and it came out like the week ago.
Ooh god.
Oh, we talk about
Please buy
Anthem.
the game.
I think I'd rather play Anthem over this game. Like as I was watching it.
I'd rather break my PS4 and lose all
Alive.
my saves than play this shit.
I see this shit and like
Alive.
y'all really making me rather want to play load up my fucking copy of Phantom Pain right now. What the fuck do you mean? You're going with this?
Bro, I forgot
Like,
Phantom Pain existed.
I know, I did too until I saw this shit and I'm like, damn, this shit look even worse than what the fuck do you mean? Bro, it ain't right. Exactly. It's just fucking wild.
That just
man.
ain't right.
And I love it. I've never been tied to Front Mission or any of that kind of shit. But when this stuff got announced and when they were talking about the basis of it being like the prelude to how Front Mission and that series and that lore and everything comes into play, and the way like Mark and stuff would explain it to me and all that, like people in Discord getting hyped about it, I'm like, damn, this shit sounds tight. That sounds really fucking cool. And you got the artwork from what's his name, the Metal Gear guy. I'm like, all right, this looks pretty fucking sick. And then I just don't hear anything about it for a while until like I think like a month ago when some gameplay came out and everyone was just like, ooh, boo, 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 boo. And
What's
then,
happening?
what the fuck? And boo, boo, bee, boo. And then it's just the fucking, and then that shit just day before, like as it's dropping, go on Steam, just like not even mostly negative. Steam just like, you know, where it says like the little thing where it's like, oh, positive, mixed, mostly negative, fucking thing in bright red and like fucking times 72 or like size 72 times 200 font. Just
Overwhelmingly.
close this fucking window. And then there's and then below it, there's a small link to the Phantom Pain. It was really weird. Like that shit. Ooh, God, it's really disappointing. And I don't even give a fuck about it. Because I was at least hopeful to be like, oh man, that sounds kind of neat. Like, it's pretty bad.
Square's on some shit right now, dude. They're going through their Capcom phase.
And then they've already lost like all the fucking money they lost on Just Cause 4 and especially fucking Tomb Raider. I mean, it's just like on those extra like the IDIS properties and all that kind of shit. It's just, it's weird. Like
That's why they're gonna bring back. Oh, they can't. EA owns it now. EA's gonna bring back Time Splitters, dude.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, please. I want to play Time Splitters.
Sheesh, please.
Bring back Skate or Time Splitters, or get the fuck out, EA. This is your last warning.
I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna fucking do. And of course, people are like, "Well, I mean, they had Automata," and I was like, "Bro, that was 2 years ago, and that wasn't really Square so much."
Yeah, that was
Like,
fun.
that was a hot. It's been a hot minute. So I don't know.
That was like a Platinum Games
Like,
experimental project.
Other than fucking WoF, which was I think just
Oh.
that was an experiment done by like they just like gave that shit to some extra people like who were just sitting in the corner with their fucking Legos and just like, hey, can y'all like make an extra game?
Can you guys like do something?
Just like whip
please?
something up and they make like a fucking great game. You have that, and then I
So
guess like
good.
FF14's been running really well, but they got their own little thing
Yeah.
going on and
That-
like good
they have-
management.
they
Like
are,
they're not
they are
they're
a whole
like
separate entity of
after
Square Enix.
they remade that team and they fixed that game up, basically just remade it and put it back out and it started doing well. Square was like, all right, we're just gonna leave y'all the fuck alone because we fucked it up last time and we don't want our hands in this again. Y'all got it taken care of. Go the fuck over there.
Well, they did just collab with FF15, so they might have caught the plague from being
Yeah.
over there.
They did.
The next expansion is gonna be fucking terrible. Now watch.
It's just
Oh,
weird.
the next expansion is
like-
Nier
THQ
Automata
Nordic has
12.
time splitters.
Yeah.
THQ Nordic will bring it back. They'll do anything, dude. They'll do interviews on 8chan, dude. They literally will do anything.
That was a
All right,
mess.
so I can expect a new time splitters in the next year.
I just- Man, I would love to see a Square Redemption arc. I just don't know how the fuck that's possible when they announce games like 18 years before they fucking come out because they go on
It's
stage with a
gonna start-
napkin. They go on stage with napkin with a logo they drew that morning and they're like, we make a disc game. It's going to be great. You know, and they get back to the office and like, oh, fuck, we actually got to like make it. Oh, shit. Fucking what?
Hey, maybe
Hey,
one
who
day
knows how to
Square will
code?
be-
I don't know.
Maybe
I
one
got-
day
I got a-
Square will be
I got a
one-
book in
one
here
good fighting
somewhere.
game will-
Man, I keep saying like after Nomura was like, all right, we make critical mode. It be very good difficulty, very challenging, very smart. Everyone's like, yay! And then he gets back to the office and it's literally Donald Glover just like bringing back the pizzas and everything's just on fire, dude. He's just like,
Whoa! What the fuck are you guys doing?
Hey, maybe one
Oh.
day Square Enix will just be one good fighting game away from being a god tier developer again, dude.
Maybe. I mean, you know, man, that Dissidia shit
Nobody
can
saw
work out
Capcom
so well.
making this redemption arc. I can tell you that much, dude.
Yeah.
But it all
God.
starts with FF7 because if they bomb something that big again, then I don't think there's coming back. They're already. I'm pretty sure they're living solely off of the money that KH3 has made them at this point.
And the thing with 7 is that you can't like they can't just rely on like, man, you know, the nostalgia is going to be so fucking hardcore that even if the game sucks, people are going to eat it up. FF7 fans, no, I don't think that's going to fly.
That's
Because
not gonna fly.
The
with FF7
bitch, the
fans.
moment you leave one little thing, because you're already changing a lot gameplay wise, but man, like you're already going to be teetering on some scary shit with that. The moment you leave a certain scene out, the moment you leave a certain piece of dialogue out, the moment you change the tone or change the way certain thing works like very differently from how it was in the original story, bro, you better bolt your
Bro,
fucking
why the
doors. You
fuck
better
was the
bolt
house
your
on the
like
left
board
in
your
Rocket
windows.
Town not blue.
Dude, you better board your fucking windows if that shit happens. Like it's like you can't stray that far. And so it's like that fucking all the different systems, the real-time combat or whatever, it better fucking sell people, and you better do what you fucking promised years ago, where like, man, we're gonna make sure like we're not gonna miss anything from the original. We're gonna bring it all back. I'm like, okay.
No
Because-
cloud cross.
because bottom line-
19. There should be more.
I'd be surprised about that. I'd be surprised if we get that. But like, I mean,
you don't think it'll be in either?
I don't know.
I think we need more cloud cross-dressing scenes.
We do. That's the thing. We very much do. But like even like if they make Cloud sound and emote the same way as he did post 7 in all the other bits of media where he's that very quiet brooding kind of thing, that and which I fully expect them to do. That's gonna be.
I don't think you can avoid that at this point. I think
No.
that's
That even that kind of shit, like people, whether people played the game a fucking week ago or 15 years ago, like people who really love 7 are not gonna like that shit compared to a lot of other properties I can think of that have been remade and reinterpreted where they're like, yeah, whatever, you know, because obviously like
what happened, where the disconnect was between when Tetsuya Nomura originally designed Cloud in 7 and then everything else afterwards, and why he became the way he did.
that's a pokey question, because I feel like he would have a better idea of that kind of thing.
yeah.
But I have no clue, because that just became
When's
such a
Pokey
media
going to be
standard.
a guest on the show?
I wanted
Dude,
to guess, yeah.
I'm down.
So
He would be a
Okay.
great boy.
He would be a very good boy.
Bro, I'm still waiting for Cloud and Sephiroth in fucking Soul Calibur, dude. Ace lied to me.
I'm waiting for Sephiroth and Kingdom Hearts 3, dude. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, he's
That's a game that's still like out right now. It should be there, but it's not.
Tapping my damn watch, like, hey, I'm waiting for him in 2 places, dude, and he's at neither one.
Shit.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if we did not just get the what is his name, Steve Burton, the guy that voices Cloud, I think.
Mm.
Just the Steve Burton voice, dark, brooding, quiet Cloud, soft-spoken. I don't know. I don't see the original FF7 Cloud making a return in any way.
Yeah. It's funny to
It's
go
like-
back and think about like how many little like random cartoon parody videos that I've seen, like just like little flash cartoons I used to see a decade ago or anything like that. Because like I never played some. I have a better understanding of it now, but I still haven't played it. But I have a decent understanding of like how Cloud is a character and the way the dialogue is. But back then, like I would see all these little parody videos and cartoons and whatnot that would just be about FF7. And so many of them were focused on how fucking brooding Cloud is. And it wasn't until much later on that I realized, oh, I don't think any of them played the fucking game either. Because they never saw even one of Egaraptor's old one where it was basically just like it was an old one he did.
Yeah, it was
And
awesome,
it was
Final
like
Awesome 7 or
yeah,
whatever.
it was awesome Fantasy 7. It was an awesome series one. And it's like Tifa's like, all right, guys, we gotta go fight this monster, and then Cloud's like, I am my own monster, and he starts cutting him with himself with the sword,
Yeah.
and it's like that. And like so much later, I remember thinking about that after like I was seeing a bunch of 7 stuff, and then even later on, like when I was watching BB stream it, and I was like, man, Cloud is not like that.
Yeah.
Not really at all.
Really,
What the
like,
fuck?
he's kind of an asshole, but he's not.
Yeah,
like,
he's not an asshole, but it's not like that. So it's
Yeah.
just, I think it's funny that even in context to people looking back at the original 7, there's been this sort of sweeping change in how people think of it because of all the other bits of media that's like, yeah, that's what we remember Cloud as. It's kind of sad.
I'm guessing it was like it's supposed to be like post FF7 he just became like that, I guess, because he was depressed
Seems so
because he lost fucking Ares and all that.
yes.
And he's just like, I'm sad now, forever.
It's weird.
Even though he has giant titty Tifa who's trying to get his dick, he's like,
Yeah,
no,
what's there to be sad about, man?
get away from me.
Thought,
Oh.
no way.
And for anybody who still liked me, after listening to the full version of the game and no sandbagging allowed, Subhuman was better when the child molester sang it. Thank you very much. Welcome to coming to my TED Talk. It's good to hear from you.
Well, guys, that's about all we have for dinner with the boys
That's
tonight. That's about all we have.
Oh God.
I thought he was a child groomer, not a child molester.
You know, that does make it slightly better.
Makes it sound better, dude. I could be a lawyer.
I could
First
be
of
a-
all, my client was just grooming the children. He wasn't molesting them. He was selling them off so other people could
I
molest
love
them.
this.
Shib,
Defending-
you need
I-
to zoom in your camera and say that first of all.
I love the idea of just defending your client, defending a fucking pedophile, and being like, first of all, judge, let me
You need
just
to zoom
let
in
me
your camera
just
when you do
say,
that. First of all, my client is not a child molester.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I just heard that shit. People are high. They were making excuses for nothing. It's better. This is better.
He was the guy from Suicide Silence, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Did they kick him out of the band, or are they just like,
If they're touring with him,
Hey,
they're not
what's in the
advertising
past?
it anymore.
In the past, brothers.
yeah.
I mean, sometimes
he
it's
never
just-
molested us?
Right? It works fine on my system. Come on now.
Jesus.
So there you go. There you go.
He's hands up first. Jesus Christ. I haven't even heard the Michael Barr version of that song. Which
What's
is the
his
new guy.
band called? Volumes?
Volumes.
Volumes? Okay.
Yeah. I liked their old album. I haven't heard anything from them in years, though.
Yeah, fucking Volumes sounds good, but Michael Barr on this one just sounds like
Yeah,
deflated.
apparently he does solo shit now. I haven't listened to it, but like, what is it? Via? The album Via by Volumes has some fucking bangers on it.
Yeah,
Ace
that's
and I were
fucking
listening
good.
to it a while ago.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
It's that gent album that they didn't popularize. They cashed in on the big gent movement that was happening in the metal scene
yeah.
a couple of years back. Everything's offbeat and off time and just random.
If the age is not fit, you must quit.
I like V's theme a lot. That one grew on me.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Fight for your life.
Dude, Crimson Cloud is a banger.
It's really
Yo,
cool.
Crimson Cloud really is. It's really good.
It's so much better the moment I started actually playing that character and hearing it because it just meshes so well.
Oh, yeah.
I love that shit.
It's too late. It's so.
It just fits so well. It's perfect. It's perfect for him. Love it.
It's so good.
I'll be honest
Shit's
with you.
so
I did
good.
switch. I went into the thing and I was like, oh, we got DMC3 track. Okay, well you're going on Dante.
I like Subhuman. I'm not a hater on it.
Well,
I'm giving it enough
like-
time. I think. It's like, I got the option.
maybe
Yeah,
if
well.
Michael Barr started grooming some kids, his version would be better mixed.
Maybe if they got the
Oh,
whole
no.
band instead of just Michael Barr.
I can't
This
hear-
is it for us.
I can't
This
hear.
is it for us.
I can't hear child grooming without thinking of like a fucking like a dog show, and they have some little fucking like little 9-year-old just like on all fours, just on a fucking podium, and people are inspecting, like lifting up his nutsack. This sounds awful, but really funny in my head.
Oh my God.
And it's just like,
Lift
and
up
like the
nutsack
judges
and-
judges are speaking really quietly. And it's like, oh, so I see he
Oh,
groomed
yeah.
his pubic area very nicely.
Do they,
Very
do they
good.
Like,
lift up dogs' nutsacks in dog grooming competition?
I don't know. They always
Man.
feel up the fucking dogs in this really weird way. Have you seen a dog show?
No, I
It's
haven't.
weird.
What
Like
dog
the
show
tails
do
to
you
look
watch?
at
I
it, they're
watched-
like, oh, the sphincter's not winking at me. -5 points. I don't know. Dog shows are weird. Of course, my context
mean,
of it is
hey,
like, is that
Dante-
is.
Yeah, Dante did do an MJ dance.
Although well,
That was
The
my
very
notorious
poorly
boy
timed.
toucher.
There is
Very
a
poorly
famous
timed
quote.
with the release of that Finding Neverland video documentary or whatever. the
Yeah.
fuck.
I will simply say, I will repeat what was clipped on my stream
Uh,
a few days ago between Subhuman being better sung by the child groomer and the Michael Jackson references. DMC5 reasserts the theory that child predators are the best musicians that mankind has to offer. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
This brought to you by Stone Temple Pilots.
oh fuck.
Holy shit, dude. You
Yeah,
might be
that's the
onto
problem.
something there.
I think DMC5 is onto something.
That's
Yeah.
the tech that Walker was talking about, dude.
Yeah, be like, hey man, there's something really in here for everybody if you just look hard enough.
This game is revolutionary. It's gonna open your eyes to some shit you never thought you would know. He wasn't talking about in-game tech though. He's talking about real-world tech, dude.
The real world tech.
No. Fuck. Subhuman's okay, dude. It's good.
I don't know.
Like the new one. It's fine.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
swapped that
Throw
shit.
this entire ending in the car. Fucking jeez, dude.
I'll just edit the VOD and just have a cute picture of a cat just over this portion.
Oh,
hang in there, baby.
Yeah.
Well, now that I have
That's
the problem is that now that I have this DMC5 pin, I want to just load up my fucking beanies with a bunch of useless shit,
Mhm.
and I can't find a near automata pin worth a fuck.
Mm.
Like
You
the
can
one that came
cover
with
the whole beanie and pins.
dude, hell, I want to be one of those guys now. Like the
Oh,
thing
no.
is, the problem is that like the one that came with KH3. First off, I don't know if I like that game, and second off, it just has the fucking Disney logo on it.
Oh, the giant one that came with the collector's one?
Yeah, like how much of an
That's the thing.
asshole? Yeah, like I'd put that on. It's like how much of an asshole do you look like wearing a Square Enix and a fucking Disney logo?
That's a big pin too, dude.
That's a big fucking pin. Like, come on, man.
But everyone just dipped, dude.
Hey, man,
I was
locate
about to bring
me-
up a very valid point when you brought up pins.
what?
How good of a musician do you think that guy at Disney was who was trying to molest those kids with all those pins on his jacket?
Oh god, I forgot
Oh,
about
that's a
that.
story.
Because he looked like
Yeah.
a level 99 child molester.
It's maxed out.
Maxed out everything.
Also,
He's got
yeah, I would
Punch
go
Coke,
on.
candy.
I would go on Etsy, Vash, and see what you can find there. People make a lot of really cool homemade shit.
Pin.
I got
She's
Uh,
on Etsy.
A
And
very
I
good
want
friend.
it.
I've shown this before.
Got a chain chomp on it.
I've I actually forgot it wasn't on my beanie. I need to put it back on. But very good friend of mine, Kitty, in the Sonic community, made me these. Actually, I think y'all have seen them. What is that?
Yeah,
Chain chomp.
Little chain chomp.
She made me a bunch of these little Ebichu pins. If you don't know what Ebichu is, weird little
Came with my
anime.
Who's that
fan
must
gamer
be?
order.
Yeah, it's a very nice little enamel pin. Really like it. But she made a whole
I don't
bunch of
know
them and
what
gave me
this
like
is.
7. Yeah,
Who's
Monko.
this? Is this like Harvest Moon or something?
It looks like Harvest Moon, I guess.
That's the artist that drew
The
the
artist
shirt
looks
that I
that looks
bought.
like the character on A Wonderful Life because that's the only one I
Molly
know of
Rose.
because my sister played that a lot.
Molly Rose is who the artist.
Oh.
Apparently, that's who drew the shirt that I bought. So they sent a little card with it to tell you about the artist.
That's cool. I have a bunch of those. I like when they do that.
Yeah, Fangamer makes some cool shit.
Mm.
I'd buy some shit from
Want this
Fangamer.
right here? Yeah.
Hamtaro. I don't think it's Hamtaro.
Hamtaro. Yeah, I used to watch Hamtaro a lot when I was younger because I'd stay home from school and it would come on at like 6:30 in the morning. I'd be like, "Oh shit, when we work together, it's much better."
Hamtaro, why does it come on at such a god awful time?
I know,
dude?
but it was so it was so good. Like, oh, dude, this is my reward for staying up early. Fucking.
The only time
yeah.
I'd get to watch it is over the summer when I would go to. They had in elementary school. I'd go to like extended day after school, where you would sit in like after school with teachers and other students, and then like wait till your parents came pick you up. But then over the summer they had it all day, so like they had a teacher who would show up at like 6 a.m. and then you would just go to extended day all day. And so
wow.
I went there at like 6 in the morning, and then they would let you watch TV and shit because it wasn't like school hours or anything. It was over the summer, so they would put the TV on. And I get to watch Hamtaro there. I remember it was Hamtaro and fucking that baby Looney Tunes show would come on every fucking morning on Cartoon Network.
I hated that fucking show. I like the Hamtaro part. I didn't like that. Like all that fucking like baby Looney Tunes, Muppet Baby shit. Fuck off.
Muppet Babies.
No one liked that shit.
No.
Now,
And then 20 Scooby Doo movies every day.
Yeah, no. The good shit was it wasn't all this like baby cartoon. No, fuck that. Don't turn into babies. But like their descendants, Tiny Toons, that shit was brilliant.
Yeah.
The
Well,
Steven Spielberg spin on that was a different era, but that was the Steven Spielberg spin on a different literal generation of Looney Tunes. Which means
I like Tiny
in its
Toons.
own
Tiny
way,
Toons
in
is
some
good.
supposed way, all the Looney Tunes characters just fucked hardcore.
Yeah, like, you thought Goofy fucked, but all the Looney Tunes.
Nah, dude, all Looney Tunes get mad pussy.
Wait, so who? Wait, they're actually like canonically descendants of the Looney Tunes?
No, I don't think so. But I think it's funny to think
I was
about.
about to say, where did Buster and Babs come from?
I don't know.
Because
Well, they say no relation. So who fuck knows?
So they could, but Bugs and Lola would have had to have gotten together unless they broke up and then they had children with other
Well,
people.
if they had a kid, which one do you think is theirs?
I don't know because they're
Good
both
question.
literally the same.
But they have
Like,
no. But they
one's blue,
but they
one's
say
pink.
no relation.
They both act the exact same.
But
look
they
the
say no
same.
relation every time. Is that to cover up something? Find out on my TED Talk.
That's just so that they don't get pegged for incest on national television.
Well,
Pegged was the wrong word for that.
pegged was the absolute right word for that. When are we getting Blinks the Time Sweeper 3?
Shit, boy, that's a good question.
I'm repping this, man. Come on, Microsoft. Come on, Microsoft.
Was there a 2?
Blinks 3, dude. Yeah, there was a Blinks 2. How the fuck that happened, I have no idea.
We're skipping Windows we're skipping Windows 9. We're going straight to 10, dude.
No. Oh, there was a Blinks 2.
I never played either of the Blinks games. I didn't have an Xbox back
kind
in
of
the day.
alright. That's some pretty
The
impressive.
first game I got on my fucking Xbox was The Herbs, The Sims in the City. It was fucking terrible.
I had a demo disc with Cell Damage that I played all the fucking time.
Dude, Cell Damage was fun though.
Oh man.
I had Herbs, and then I got fucking Halo 2. Whatever Halo. Yeah, because Halo 3 was on 360, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That was on Halo 2. I used to go to my dad's every other weekend, and then my stepbrother was super into video games. He had PS2 and Xbox, and I would go over there and play fucking dude, I don't remember what it was. It was a fucking Japanese street racing game, but it wasn't Midnight Club or like Need for Speed. It was like some like shit that I'd never heard of, and it was like you drive around like open world, and then you would just pull up to people and flash your headlights, and they're like, "Okay, it's go time, dude," and then you just fucking race them.
That sounds familiar. Oh, I don't remember. That sounds familiar though.
Yeah, I can't remember the fucking name of it.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Come on, Modern Warfare. Why aren't you?
How long are
it's
you,
been
dude?
The entire podcast. It's almost.
Tokyo Extreme Racer 0.
It's been the
Tokyo
whole
Extreme.
podcast, and it's just
Oh,
like
Tokyo
whatever.
Extreme Racing. I had
And it's just the remaster?
Yeah, just the remastered.
Are you, dude? When do you want to play it? Want to play it tomorrow?
We can play tomorrow.
Hell yeah, dude. I gotta look, dude. I got a whole ass stream tomorrow, so I need something.
I have
to
a
fill in that
whole
time.
ass stream tomorrow too, dude.
Hey,
Believe
dude,
it or
we
not.
gotta fill it in with something. 7 hours of search and destroy.
Bro, if you ever
Search and destroy.
playing BRs with Michael Goldfish, hit me up, Ace. I'll play some BRs with y'all.
All right, cool. Hell yeah.
Whatever. I don't care what. I'll download whatever game, dude. I'm trying to play some Fortnite or whatever.
With Michael
Did that man ever
Goldfish.
play H1? Yeah, with Michael.
No. Every time I've messaged him since, you know what he said? I don't know,
Yeah.
man. H1 doesn't seem like my game.
It's because you saw the lobby, everyone just screaming the N-word. He was like, I don't know about this one.
When you thought retard was bad, it's like, ooh, bro, shit.
No, tell him we'll game some Fortnite with him, dude, or some Apex Legends.
Yeah, dude. We can definitely do that.
Oh.
H1's sick of mode.
Are there other topics on y'all's minds for tonight? We're about the 4.5 hour mark.
Can we please talk about our goddamn VOD situation?
Oh. Yeah, no, I found like I can just upload them straight to YouTube. So I was gonna be setting that up this week because I don't know why fucking Twitch is doing
Twitch
that.
has been hecking us.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, like I'll go to save them after each cast, to like just whatever, and like the last like 3 just won't do it, and I'll find them like in some like corrupted manner on Twitch or whatever, or they just like never save. But it's not even just like me trying to highlight them; it's the past broadcasts. Like sometimes it'll save, sometimes it won't. That's like and that should just automatically be there. And then when I try to go highlight it, sometimes it will give me an error, and sometimes it goes through. But I can't highlight stuff if it doesn't save it, and it's in the settings. Like it's automatically saves the broadcast. So
yeah.
But no, I think like what I'm just gonna start doing is that like when everything renders out fully after the stream cuts off, because I don't have to I was gonna go in and like re-render it in a video software and like edit out the intro. I'm not gonna I'll just timestamp it on the video because it'll take so long to render like 4.5 hour thing.
Yeah.
Every single time. But like the file side, like the file works fine, so I'll just upload it straight to YouTube and then just put a timestamp, be like, this is where it starts.
Yeah.
So I'll set up a
Oh,
channel
yeah.
for that.
I know a lot of people are asking for YouTube VODs or YouTube uploads because they can't watch the night of the airs or whatever.
Yeah, and
Right.
I know a lot. I've been getting a lot of messages of just people, hey man, your VODs are fucked.
Yeah, I don't know.
We won't watch.
I don't know why that keeps happening. But again, I
But, you know, either way-
local record everything. I'll have them up since now I know that they can just go on there straight. It's really fucking weird. So
I also feel like we should probably open a Twitter at some point or like a Discord or some shit.
yeah.
I don't know. We'll figure it out as time goes
all
by.
good.
The Dinner with the Boys cast will continue on. We got anything else to talk about, boys? I think we're good.
I think I'm good.
Oh,
We're
I'm
good.
chilling over here.
Big
Yeah, I'm
heckin'.
not fucking-
Hopefully by next week
tired.
I'll actually have that video out because it's a short video. It's like 3 minutes long.
Yeah.
That'll be cool.
All right.
Ready to use
yeah.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Let's go! Search and destroy tomorrow, dude. You coming in, Shib? You dropping down to this, dude?
Are you?
I haven't downloaded the multiplayer yet.
Oh, come on, dude. Load it up.
I may give it a
only
download.
downloaded the campaign.
I may give it a
Load it up,
download.
dude.
Let's see.
Free download for PlayStation Plus users.
You know where we're dropping? In Crash. When all you hear, search and destroy. Destroy the... Barakubi!
We are leaving.
We are leaving!
Thanks everyone for watching this week's Dinner with the Boys number 18, coming up on the big 2-0.
Close, dude.
If you want to follow any of us, look at the name that we have on the screen and then type it into a search bar of your social media site of choice. You will most likely find the appropriate information, hopefully.
Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down.
Please don't look at Pornhub. I'm not on there. And anyway, thanks for watching.
They just immediately just go, Dax!
It's gonna be a fucking random like candid video of me like jacking off in the window or something. Someone tell you it's like, oh fuck, man, I didn't think anyone saw that.
to the old Subhuman soundtrack.
Oh god. Well, anyway, thank you all for watching. Again, yeah. Bye now.
See you next week.
Bye now. Bye.